Good evening and welcome to our council meeting on May the 20th, 2026. I will now call on Tim Brubaker, Regional Clerk, to conduct the roll call.
Thank you. Regional Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Erb. Present. Councillor Foxton. Present. Councillor Gowing.
Present.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Hunick is present. Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett.
Present.
Councillor McCabe. Councillor Nowak. Councillor Rodriguez.
Present.
Councillor Salonen.
Present.
We have regrets from Councillor Shantz, and Councillor Verbanovich is running late. Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to start this meeting by acknowledging that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Neutral peoples. In doing so, I want to reflect on what it means to be doing important community work that we are engaging in collectively today, and also in my own relationship to the land. As a settler, one of the most important aspects of my individual journey towards truth and reconciliation has been to listen. I am continually grateful to the community who shares their stories and concerns with me. As well as the chair of the region, I know I carry a large responsibility to ensure that it is not just myself as an individual listening and acting, but that as a government we are listening and creating action in the community, with the community. I'm offering this acknowledgement as one of the many actions I personally and the region largely is taking towards reconciliation. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. Colleagues, there are a few days of significance that I would like to recognize. May 18th to 24th is National Public Works Week. This year's theme is rooted in service, powered by the community, and celebrates how public works professionals build and maintain the foundational infrastructure that keeps communities safe, sustainable, and running smoothly. May 20th is UN World Bee Day. Did you know that Waterloo region was the first bee region in Canada? Today on World Bee Day, we're shining a spotlight on the tiny pollinators that play a vital role in supporting biodiversity, local food systems, and healthy ecosystems in our community. May 24th to 30th is National Accessibility Week. This week, we take a moment to recognize National Accessibility Week and celebrate the valuable contributions and leadership of people with disabilities, while also highlighting the work being done to remove barriers and build a more inclusive community. We're proud to support and be a vendor at the Independent Living Waterloo Region's National Accessibility Week trade show and conference, which is occurring on June 1st at the Ken Sealing Museum. May 27th is the start of Idai It's a special occasion that brings loved ones together to engage in the acts of kindness and charity towards those who require care. It's a time to celebrate the values of friendship, peace, and compassion. That sounds like something we should observe every day. And finally, May 30th, Croatian Heritage Day. We take a moment to honor and celebrate the vibrant culture, rich history, and community spirit, and the meaningful contributions of Croatian communities to Waterloo region. Colleagues, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest to declare? Seeing none, we now need a motion to go into close. Councillor Salonen, did you want to put forward a motion to amend this?
Yes, please, Chair. I'd like to put forward a motion to amend that we also consider under Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act, Section A, which I believe you and clerks might have the exact wording, as I can't remember off the top of my head, but the motion itself was circulated to council.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking for unanimous consent, and the item that would be added to the first reason we're going into close is discussion related to identifiable individuals for the process of appointing members to the Sunnyside Foundation Board. Councillor Salonen is asking for unanimous consent to add discussion related to the security of a property in the township of Wilmont. Do we have unanimous consent to add that second? Okay, so we have unanimous consent. So I now, the amended motion with both of those parts for reasons to go and close, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Erb, Councillor Nowak, please use your e-scribe to vote. Councillor James, have you voted? Colleagues, that is carried. We will meet in the Waterloo County Room. So colleagues, I'm going to call this meeting to order and thank the people in the gallery and people online for indulging us. Our meeting went a little bit over and closed. I will now entertain a motion to reconvene and open. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Fox and seconded by Councillor Gowing. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Do we have unanimous consent, and then we can dispense with voting? Okay, I see no objections, and people are voting as well, so belt and suspenders. Carried, and we are now in open session, and our first presenter is Chris Garrett's Mannheim Water Capacity. So Chris, welcome to the podium. You have 20 minutes, and we're pleased that you could join us today.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Redmond, members of council and staff. I'm here today representing the Waterloo Region Home Builders Association and a coalition of industry partners, including the WRHBA, Grand Valley Construction Association, Conestoga Heavy Construction Association, Build Urban, and the Cornerstone Association of Realtors. Collectively, this group represents development covering new residential, institutional, commercial, and industrial in Waterloo Region. Today, I'm here to discuss the ongoing Waterloo water crisis, hopefully provide some additional context and background.
Pardon me, could you, yeah, we can't hear you very well.
Yes, is that better?
There, that's better.
Here. Is that good? Okay.
Do you like our new podium? You can now elevate it.
It's very fancy. I'll try to remember to speak in here. If anyone has problems, just let me know. So let me see here. Okay, so first of all, just to give you some background to who I am, I think at some previous meetings there was some questions as to who this guy was that was going to come and talk to you, and does he know what he's talking about? So I'm Chris. I have over 20 years experience as a professional engineer and 30 years experience as a Ministry of the Environment well contractor. I've spent my entire life in well construction and testing. It's been the family business since 1951. My grandfather immigrated from the Netherlands and started a well construction business. My father continued in the 70s, and I continued in the industry in the 90s. So I've been a licensed well technician and contractor since the age of 16. And I began working with the Home Builders Association on this issue in January, along with Steve Burns from BM Ross. We've participated in 7 development industry stakeholder group meetings with region and local staff, as well as other stakeholders. So in terms of my knowledge of the Waterloo area, over the course of my career, I've worked on many projects in Waterloo, including production well construction and testing for new water supplies, test drilling to identify locations, and well rehabilitation projects. This figure shows the region of Waterloo with a number of the well fields located in green. Some of the well fields that I've worked on in the past include Elmira, a new well production well in Shingletown, test well, production well in St. Agatha, production well in Waterloo North, some work in William Street Wellfield, test well in Strain Street, 2 production wells in Foxborough, another test well in Strange Street, an additional program in Strange Street, 2 new production wells in Greenbrook, 2 production wells in Mannheim, new production well and some additional test wells in Mannheim, new production well in Mannheim Village, test well in Mannheim Village, production well in Fountain Street, additional, I'm getting ahead of myself, 2 production wells in Hespler, 1, 2, 3 in Pine Bush, work in Clemens Mills, production well in Town Line Road, test well that was actually in Puss Lynch Township, but it was for the region of Waterloo, new production well in Shades Mills, new production well in Branchton Meadows, some work in Middleton, 3 test wells in Breslau, and a lot of work in the Elmira area. So first up, I just wanted to cover a bit of background and give context on the Waterloo system and how it compares to other systems. There's been a lot of talk about Waterloo being the most complex systems in the province. It may be true, but it is complex by design. The system has been designed so there's a mix of groundwater and surface water, so the region has flexibility on how and where water is taken. It's designed with aquifer storage and recovery wells to take water from the Grand River, treat it, inject it back into the aquifer as a means to recharge groundwater. It was also done by design. The system has large-scale interconnection. Until recent discovery of water transfer issues from Middleton to Mannheim service areas. That also adds complexity, but it is a benefit to the system. It was done so to ensure there's redundancy and optionality in the operation of the system. So just to compare to some others, York region has multiple surface and groundwater sources. They've got the York water system that takes surface water from Lake Ontario, treats and distributes to many municipalities, some of which are blended with groundwater, such as Newmarket. They've got a Georgina water system that takes water from Lake Simcoe, and they have 5 standalone well-based municipal systems in the outlying areas. So combined, they supply 336 million liters per day without the flexibility of having the interconnection that the Waterloo system has. So a lot of them are standalone. They don't have the benefit of being able to take water from other areas. Similarly, Peel Region operates 2 surface water treatment plants to service the city of Mississauga and city of Brampton, and then they have 4 groundwater systems serving 10 municipalities in town of Caledon, Inglewood, Caledon Village, and Alton and Mona Mills. So in total, they provide 599 million liters per day. So in summary, the Waterloo system is very complex and quite possibly the most complex, but there are other systems that are just as complex and they don't have some of the benefits that the Waterloo system has. So now moving on to the current water supply issues. In previous presentations, I've covered 3 so that I can fit it into 20 minutes. For this one, I thought I'd focus on the first 2. So in my opinion, you can divide the crisis into 3 different issues. This evening, I'm going to focus on the water management philosophy and infrastructure and operational changes. In the slide deck that I believe was provided in your agenda, there's additional information on the 3rd issue, which is low groundwater level concern. But for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on these 2 issues because I feel they are easier to address in the short term. So the first is the proposed change in water management philosophy. So why am I using proposed? Because the Region of Waterloo adopted the 2015 Water Supply Master Plan with a water management philosophy whereby they add 20% safety factor called required surplus capacity onto the average day demand as a buffer when determining if they had surplus supply. Recent work on the Water Supply Master Plan update is ongoing, and there is a proposal for Council to consider a new water management philosophy called resiliency factor. But as the Water Supply Master Plan has not been completed and received or approved by Council, the 2015 Water Supply Master Plan water management philosophy is, in my opinion, what should be used in 2026. So the 2015 Water Supply Master Plan identified a potential supply-demand gap with a deficit by 2051 if they maintain the sustainable rate of existing sources of 193 million liters per day that was available in 2015 with the 20% required surplus capacity amount. A number of projects were identified to be implemented from 2015 to 2051 to address the issue, including 20 million liters per day in capacity restorations, Waterloo North Treatment Plant and wells that would add 6 million liters per day of new capacity, 2 phases of additional work that would add 24 million liters per day for a total of 50 million liters per day added by 2039-40. This would result in a system capacity of 243 million liters per day by 2051 and an average day demand of 236 million liters per day with the 20% required surplus capacity included. So in the figure, in 25-26, according to the 2015 Water Supply Master Plan, the total system capacity right now should be about 213 milliliters per day with an average day demand of 192 million liters, including the 20% required surplus capacity. So this chart is from the Agile report from December, I believe, that included a review of the SEMA technical memo as part of the yet-to-be-completed water supply strategy. This shows the measured daily demand, which is the gray bars and gray line, the sustainable supply capacity, which is the solid blue line, and the sustainable capacity after 20% resiliency factor has been applied, which is the dashed blue line. So first of all, just to define what sustainable supply capacity is, Agile states that the sustainable supply capacity represents long-term capacity that can be provided on a long-term ongoing basis. So it isn't to be confused with total system capacity. It's a lesser value that Agile or SEMA has estimated, in their opinion, is the sustainable yield of the system. So that is 21% below the total system capacity. So 21% has already been removed from the total system capacity, and then the blue dashed line represents a further 20% reduction on top of the 21%, resulting in an operational resiliency of 37% lower than total system capacity. So to summarize and compare the 2015 and 2025 forecasts, the 2015 Water Supply Master Plan laid out a plan so there was no supply deficit until sometime after 2051. And as of 2024, there should have been a 13 million liter per day surplus based on the projections. The new proposed resiliency factor approach results in a deficit of 6.1 million liters per day in 2024, 33.2 million liters per day with applications and growth factored in, which is a difference of 46.2 million liters per day. Between 2015 and current, the system capacity is down 5.1%, which is 10 million liters per day. And when the proposed 20% resiliency factor is applied, system capacity is 18.2% less than where it should have been based on 2015 projections. Oh, sorry, I forgot to advance the slides. So how can this be? So to answer that, we need to look at the proposed change in water management philosophy. So the 2015 philosophy, which is the required surplus capacity, was where you would add 20% buffer on top of the average day demand. The proposed resiliency factor, you would take 20% off of the total system capacity. And as I'll show in the next slide, this represents a massive shift in water management philosophy utilized by the region of Waterloo if it were to be adopted by council. So this is the example using the numbers from the Agile report for the total integrated urban system. I realize that now you're looking at the different service areas, but just for the sake of comparison of the effect of the two different calculation methods, I've used those numbers. So the 2024 demand was 153 million liters per day. The 2024 total system capacity is 183.7 million liters per day. So with the new proposed resiliency factor, you take 20% off of the system capacity, which means your total system capacity is 146.9. Your demand is 153. So you end up with a 6.1 million liter per day deficit. And that's what has triggered the effective freeze on development. Now looking at it with the current approved and adopted 20% required surplus capacity, you take the total demand and you add 20%. So your system capacity is still 183.7 million liters per day. Your demand with the 20% is 183.6 million liters per day. So you're at a effectively no surplus or no deficit. And under the current philosophy, this would trigger planning for system capacity increases. So I've added, what is the correct approach? We'll get to that. I added a slide here, which is an example of the sort of the factors for the two separate systems. So the Mannheim service area, So this is breaking it down because from the IUS into the two different service areas. So the Mannheim service area has a system capacity of 5.7 million liters per day, a demand of 113. So you're using 90.1% of the system capacity, and you've got a surplus of 12.4 million liters per day. The Middleton service area has a system capacity of 58 million liters per day, a demand of 39.3. So you're only using 67.8% of system capacity, and you have a surplus there of 18.7 million liters per day. Now, this is going through the calculation using your adopted required surplus capacity methodology that was outlined in the 2015 Water Supply Master Plan. So overall, the Mannheim system capacity used at 90% is not a great situation. In many municipalities, as you'll see in a moment, this is what would trigger the additional work to add system capacity. And then when you compare it, to overall IUS, the IUS's demand is 83.3% of capacity. So this table to compare different targets was in the Agile report. It's nice to see there are some there that, in my opinion, aren't really reasonable to use as comparators because they're 100% lake-based systems. So if we take Niagara, London, Ottawa, and Toronto out of there, we're left with the city of Guelph, which utilizes a similar approach to the resiliency factor. So they used 15%, and that's 15% taken off total system capacity, similar to what's proposed here. Peel and Brantford use an approach that is very similar to the required surplus capacity, which is your 2015 adopted philosophy, where the planning process is triggered when use rises to 80% of total system capacity, and when it gets to 90%, construction proceeds. So based on the 2024 numbers, as I showed in the previous slide, the actual demand in the integrated urban system is 83.3% of the total system capacity, which would suggest that the approach should be to start planning process for additional capacity. If we look at the Mannheim system and the Middleton system, which were 90.1 and 67.8, those numbers would indicate that construction should be commencing on the Mannheim system, similar to what is being done with side stream treatment at the Mannheim water treatment plant. So what's right and who's right? There's really no right way to determine resiliency, redundancy, or reserve capacity. The Ministry of the Environment has a very low bar for what is required. It's basically you don't allocate more water than you can supply, and that is similar for sewage. So that's policy D51. And if the region of Waterloo wants to strive for a 20% resiliency factor, as is proposed, then that's great. It's a great aspirational goal, but it needs to be implemented responsibly and likely phased in over time. So the second issue, I'm speeding a bit because I'm running out of time, is infrastructure and operational challenges. And the main factor here, or the main item here, is there's a proposal to look at the two Mannheim and Middleton service areas separate, whereas previously they've been considered as one system, the integrated urban system. It's been highlighted in the reports that the Middleton service area cannot provide water to the Mannheim service area because of a pressure differential and different secondary disinfection residuals between the two service areas. So we remain uncertain if two mixing of sources is prohibited or if it should be avoided as a best management practice. Also unsure as to why connecting the two systems, finding an engineering solution for the pressure differential and the secondary disinfection method isn't higher on the list of projects. So I think we would like to see this option explored and advanced on an expedited schedule. It's one of the items that if a solution could be found, and you can look at the entire integrated urban system, as you always have, would go a long way in allowing development to proceed. So some of the solutions very quickly. So the request really is that council continue using the reserve supply capacity calculation from the 2015 Water Supply Master Plan as their water management philosophy, allow development to proceed in 2025, that should be 26. And if there is a desire to change water management philosophy, change should be phased in over time and over a reasonable amount of time. Reestablishing the integrated urban system as soon as possible by solving the engineering problem so that you can interconnect the Manheim and Middleton service areas. And sort of longer range goals, look at innovative and outside the box solutions to achieve near-term gains and address long-term viability of the system. So I've discussed at the staff level some of these solutions, which would be additional recharge wells, looking at previously untested wells, exploring utilizing the Elmira aquifer system, and then finally continue drilling programs and exploration for long-term sources.
Chris, you got a couple minutes slow start, so don't rush. Finish your presentation, okay?
Oh, I'm done. We've got more time for questions, so I appreciate it, though.
That's great. Well, thank you. You came in under time. And for people watching online and people in the chamber, there was a motion inviting Chris to come and present, which is why it says 20 minutes on the clock, and it's not the normal 5 or 3. So thank you very much, and I hope you didn't feel too rushed.
No, and I really appreciate the time. I should add that I don't know if he's here, but I think on behalf of everybody, I need to give a bit of shout out to Jeff Morose, who is the one staff person who's been, well, maybe because we speak the same language, he's been very helpful outside of the normal meetings in responding to questions and answers. So I just wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Thank you. We're very proud of all of our staff, but Jeff's a star for sure. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thanks for making time to present this information to council today. Could you just put up clerk's, I think it was the second last slide, where it had like some of the points of like next steps. I think it was this.
Oh, I'm not.
I think, sorry, does clerks have a copy of it? Okay.
The suspense build as we wait.
Yeah. I think it was the second, yeah, if you pull it up, I can. It was the one about like things that have been done and the next steps, like the Elmira well and the.
Yeah. Yep, is that it?
I think it must be, go one more further.
No, I think that was the last one. So I mentioned the Elmira well there at the bottom third of the page.
Okay, then go back. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's the slide, yeah. So I was just, so we are going to discuss the resiliency in, I think it's June 3rd, correct, Chair? Yeah, that's on the agenda to discuss. So this is helpful information in advance of that. I guess my question is, because when I was listening to you, like, is there anything on this list that we're not doing or already? And I guess I guess that's more of a question to staff than to Chris, but I'm just, because my understanding, you know, we've had numerous presentations from Jeff Morose and Amy and Ken Brothers, et cetera. So I'm just wondering, my understanding was that, you know, we are doing the artificial recharge. We're looking at the wells that are in production. We're looking for other wells, et cetera. So I'm just curious if there's anything on this list that's new information for staff and for council.
This is a somewhat unusual setup, so I'm going to let Chris speak, and then Ken and Amy and Pam can decide who wants to answer. Chris?
So through you, Chair, I think the short answer would be that staff is at least aware of everything that I've suggested. We had a meeting with Pam Law and Jeff recently and went over their presentation. So I think the answer is yes, they're aware. And I got the sense, and Pam can clarify, that they're at varying stages of what staff would consider feasible. Is that accurate? So I think they're all on the radar. I don't think I've proposed anything that is too out there. I think that I've suggested things that maybe with the benefit of additional information, they're not considering as high priority as I am. And but I think that's where the main difference of opinion is what I think is feasible and a near-term solution. Staff may not share the same opinion, not that they're right and I'm wrong or vice versa, but the interconnection thing is a good example. Like I feel like, and the Steve Burns and our team feels like that is something that should be looked at in the near term, and I think the proposed work plan has it a bit further down on the list of priorities.
When you say interconnection, are you talking about the integration of the Mannheim and Middleton wells? Because I
Correct,
know,
yes.
I see it says reestablish the IUS as soon as possible, but my understanding was that actually, that's part of the challenge, right? There actually never has been
Yes.
a connection. We've called it an integrated urban system, but so it's not reestablish, it's establish. Isn't that the case?
I guess that would be true, yeah. Maybe sort of 50-50, because there is the ability to service in one direction from Mannheim to Middleton and not the other way. So I use the term reestablish. It could be establish or just get back to to looking at it as an integrated urban system instead of the two separate services.
Because, certainly, and I'll let staff respond, but certainly my understanding and what I've heard in the 6 months that we've been discussing this in great depth. But, in the 3 years I've been around here, we do consider it an integrated urban system. We don't think of it as, separate systems, but that we've learned through this process that you can't exchange between Mannheim and Middleton. You can't exchange from Middleton to Mannheim. And that's something that we're looking into to try and figure out a way to fix that. Like, that's part of the engineering challenge of that. That's my understanding. And so, I guess I take a bit of an issue with it saying reestablish, because we are trying to figure that out.
Okay, so I think the point's been made, and Chris, you gave a good answer. Does staff want to comment on this
Sorry,
at all?
Madam Chair. There's a point of order. I don't think it's appropriate for staff to get into a political debate with a delegation.
It's not a political debate.
It is.
No, it's not.
This is a presentation
realize
by
that,
an
but-
external person, so if you want, we can hold all the staff questions till the end. Is that what you prefer,
Well,
Councillor
I
Craig?
don't think it's appropriate to get staff involved. I see it as a political debate back and forth.
Well, it's not a political debate.
I'm not debating you.
So I'm in the hands of council.
I'm not debating the delegate, Councillor
Okay, so
Craig.
I'm going to say, I'm in the hands of council. I'm going to say that we will save all of our questions for staff until we have all the questions of the delegation. So, Councillor McCabe, do you want to go back in the line? And
Sure. I'm just asking questions to clarify the information you're presenting here, because it wasn't clear to me what's different from what staff have actually provided us. That's what I'm trying to understand, what's different there.
Okay, if you get back in the queue, then I'll go to the next person, which is Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much for coming today, Chris. I really appreciated your presentation. I'm curious, and I know that you were speaking specifically about the integrated system and the particular capacity constraint, but obviously 3 of our municipalities don't use any of the water in the urban system, but of course we rely on the same aquifer. I guess I can throw the caveat, Wilmont has about 100 homes that use it. But with that, I guess I'm just wondering, in your understanding and knowledge, is there concern of the aquifer being overused for the ISU, that there wouldn't be capacity for the 3 townships? It's a concern that's been raised, and it's kind of about as clear as mud as to what that looks like. So just wondering if you have anything to comment on that.
I'll be very careful here. Your staff are much more aware of the local water level concern around the Mannheim wells. My understanding is simply my understanding is that it is very localized to that, Mannheim treatment plant, Mannheim Village area. And at the current moment, I don't believe they've identified a threat beyond that in terms of low water level.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Voinovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Redmond, and thanks, Chris, for coming in this evening. I think some of us, both from council and members of the home builders and the media, heard your presentation previously, the longer version at the home builders, and thought it was good to have you come this evening. And part of it, from my perspective, is not only are you a professional in this field, but your other job is as an elected official, so you understand, I think, in a unique way, the challenges that we're all trying to balance in dealing with this issue. I guess my question to you, well, two questions. The first one would be in terms of the part that you omitted from the presentation today, which was getting into the issue of the aquifers and so on. Is there some additional information that you think would be helpful for us to consider in the context of this broader issue and sort of the mid to longer term around next steps that we should be considering?
Thanks, through you, Chair. And yes, just so everybody is aware, I am the mayor of the 239th largest municipality in Ontario, the township of Amaranth in Dufferin County. So, but with respect to the question, in having subsequent conversations at the staff level with Jeff Rose, I feel like Jeff has a good handle on what needs to be done in terms of exploration and further advancement of the water system, sort of on the longer term. My understanding, and when staff gets their chance, they can correct me, is that they are undertaking sort of an optimization program to see how they can alter water takings to sort of try and improve the low water taking. But everything that I've highlighted in terms of where to explore down the road, like longer term solutions, staff is aware of it and they're considering it. So I don't know that there's anything additional that I can add at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. The other question then is, you've no doubt seen the list of capital projects and so on that we're embarking on, and that some of which are under construction as we speak, in terms of the storage tanks and so on, which are being constructed in Cambridge. But when you look at that list and look at your sort of analysis of some of the things that you spoke of, including other test wells and so on that you've been involved with over the years, are there any other specific things that you think that you haven't spoke of yet that we should be looking at as a council and as a service provider?
I think that an in-depth review of the past work that's been done would be helpful, because 20 years ago when we were doing test exploration programs, test wells that produced what we would have considered then on the lower side of 10 liters per second might be viable solutions now. So I don't want to say that staff hasn't done that, but I think it warrants a very detailed review. There are some wells that haven't been used. One in particular that hasn't been used for many years, that there's the potential that it could be used. There's risks associated with it, but it is currently included in the source protection plan. It's simply just offline. So stuff like that. And then I think one item that I believe has already been looked at is twinning of the wells, where you add a second well at the same location simply for redundancy. So if the prime well fails for whatever reason, you have a standby ready to go, and that helps increase some of the redundancy and the resiliency, and is one item that can potentially happen a lot quicker than a new production well at a completely new site, which has to go through the EA process and all the source water protection stuff. So those are what I would suggest.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and Chris, thank you for coming in and speaking with us and sharing your presentation again. I had the opportunity to be at the Home Builders Luncheon a few weeks ago now and hear the presentation. One of the things that has come up here, and I believe you mentioned this at the Home Builders, was around the data. And I'm just wondering, is there specific data that, you feel should, could help in be kind of relayed to you? Or I just recall that you'd mentioned the data and releasing some data, so I just want you to speak to that if you can.
I think that staff has followed up and provided pretty much everything that we've requested since. So that's been very appreciated. I think, one thing that I don't have a clear understanding of, which goes back to Councillor Salonen's question about the extent of the low water concern, and that's not. I think that is a sort of a heavier lift for me to ask staff to provide that, and that might factor into why it hasn't been provided. They have given sort of the same explanation that I gave the councillor as to the general area, but everything else has since been provided fairly recently.
Excellent, good. And just one follow-up, and just, I guess it's more of a subjective question for you. How complex is our water system? Especially knowing your expertise,
Well,
how would you describe our complexities of the system?
As I said, it's very complex, but it's complex by design. There are a lot of benefits to the complexity. So I see that more as a benefit than as a drawback. It was designed to have all of these different features with the recharge wells and the surface water taking, the groundwater taking. So you had different methods that you could rely on rather than just having one system that doesn't have any interconnection. So I think that it is very complex, probably one of the most complex in the province, but again, I see that as a positive. Thanks.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. I too was at the presentation, and thank you very much for it. I represent Cambridge, so I'm interested in your view about Middleton. When you present it, you present it as if it would be sort of a simple solution, but how feasible is it to actually draw water from Middleton, which I understand is downhill from Mannheim, so, and with various wells and things, would that be very many pumps or
This is
just
where
one?
So Steve Burns and I have been working on this together, and the simple explanation is I work vertically and bring water to the surface, and then Steve figures out how to pump it to other locations. So I would, Steve's not here, it would be a question for him, but I would probably defer to staff. There are challenges whenever you need to pump uphill, obviously, but that's the reason that you have pumps and pump stations. Now, there's a cost benefit that needs to be done to figure out if that is insurmountable, and then there's also the secondary disinfection thing that goes along with it. So there's two factors, and I'm sure staff has looked at it, but I wouldn't know how difficult and what the cost associated with that would be.
Okay, so that might be why it's not feasible, because of the cost.
It could be, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And I think that it is on the work plan. And I think we were just suggesting that it be advanced quicker. I believe, and when staff answers, they'll get it correctly. But I believe it is currently on the work plan, just not this year.
And in terms of the aquifers in Cambridge, do you think we have that much extra water?
Well, the short answer is yes, because you have both your permitted rates, which are much higher than what you're actually using, plus I referenced what staff has indicated as the sustainable rate. So your actual demand in the Middleton system is far less than both those. So the short answer would be yes. But again, it's staff would probably answer that. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to indicate that water levels have been dropping, but that is consistent everywhere. But they would have more info on that.
Yeah, and we're growing too. So.
Yes.
So
thank you.
Chris, thank you very much. Thank you for bringing your informative presentation to us. I don't think you were spared any of the hard questions, and you were both informative and diplomatic, so thank you very much. This must feel like a bit of a busman's holiday because you're a politician and you're a hydrogeologist to come and talk about it to us, so thank you.
Well, it's nice to have a captive audience to listen to me talk about water, because it's not every day that, I don't get invited to a lot of dinner parties to talk about wells and water. So this has been very nice. Thank you for having
We'll
me.
put you on the list and we won't make you talk about water if we invite you to dinner. Councillor McCabe, you had a question that was posed to staff. Is there staff that would like to respond to the question? So Pam Law is our Director of Water Capacity Issues. Pam, welcome aboard. Great to see you again, and over to you.
Thank you. And through you, the chair, I believe, Councillor McCabe, your question was whether or not staff were looking into all of the recommendations and the options that Chris Garrett's brought forward. And so we had the opportunity to meet with him last week to go through that list of additional solutions which weren't presented today, and we can assure you that those are all being considered as part of our water supply strategy update. I also want to clarify that the project to transfer water from the Middleton service area into the Mannheim service area is being considered on the expedited list. It's listed as the Briardine pump station, so you will have seen that list presented to council earlier, and you'll also see it presented again in the context of the interim risk management framework, which will be coming to you guys on June 3rd.
Thank you for that. Sorry, could you just clarify the timeline for the potential for expediting the work from Middleton to Mannheim? I didn't catch what you called it there, but what is the potential timeline coming forward on June 3rd with the report around resiliency? Is that what you meant?
Yes, so you will have been communicated previously that short list of prioritized projects for expedited capital investments, and you'll have the final estimated dates for when those will be commissioned and integrated into the water supply system coming as part of the report on June 3rd.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that information.
Councillor Wolf, you want to ask a question of staff?
Through you, Madam Chair. On one of the slides, they talked about the total required surplus capacity and that we were doing 20% over the total. Are we doing 20% over the total or 20% over the daily average capacity?
Yeah, through you, the chair. I think Chris was presenting that our previous methodology was 20% of the average day demand. The proposed methodology is that it is 20% of the total system capacity, and this will allow for those planned and unplanned shutdowns of our facilities to allow them to be offline while still being able to operate and provide reliable drinking water.
Thank you.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, Chair, but I believe Councillor Foxton was before me in the queue.
Thank you. While I was at the builders thing and Chris's presentation, thank you again, Chris, I was told that there were 8 capped wells because the water was not required by the region at that time, but the water was still good. Can somebody clarify that for me, please?
Excuse me, when are the questions going to end?
We are going to deal with this presentation, and council has questions of staff, and then we will get to the delegations. So we appreciate your continued patience. So Councillor
Well,
Fox.
Then they should have been asked later on, at the end.
So I'm going to, Councillor Foxton, you were asking, there are capped wells. That's your information that we didn't need. I don't
And
see.
this meeting should have started exactly.
Staff, is that something we maybe have to come back to? Because I don't know that, I don't see recognition on water staff's face about what capped wells are. So perhaps that's something we can take
I had asked this
offline.
question through emails, and Darshpreet, you knew that. And you also sent it to Ken Brothers, and I've been waiting for a response for about a month. And I haven't gotten it, so that's why I brought it up here. Thank you.
Now we'll go to Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted clarification. Mrs. Law, as you just said in your answer, the proposed, and I'm losing my words, I'm still gobsmacked by what just happened. The proposed, essentially, equation that we're using, I was just a bit confused. I thought we had switched methodologies, I never thought it was proposed to council. I just thought that was the change. I'm not trying to catch you out. I just want clarity for myself to understand what it was that you were actually referencing.
So, through the chair, what Pam was saying is I think the presentation was referencing the 2015 numbers, whereas we did make that change on the methodology back in December as an operational decision after we had those discussions with the Ministry of the Environment, and that was to split the IUS into the two service areas to go with the average day demand and to have build in that 20% operational resiliency. I do want to say, though, that I think we've mentioned it a few times, that the interim risk management framework study that is going to be coming June 3rd is specifically looking at that, the 20%, and that will be part of what we have been working on for the last 3 months, is to determine what level of risk and what operational thresholds we're willing to be able to operate under to allow development to continue. So that 20% is actively and was actively being looked at and is factored into all of the data that went into that risk framework.
Great, thank you for that clarity.
Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, through you, Chair. Question, we went on a tour of Laminar in Cambridge, and one of the questions that I brought up was, what can it disinfect and what can it clean? And the response that I got from the CEO was that there's not many chemicals or things that they cannot clean the water for. So my question to staff is, are we looking at the Elmira aquifer to see if that's a solution and putting a treatment there to be able to add capacity? Because right now we are, as the commissioner said, we have our eggs in one basket, and I'm going to put that over to where Wilmont is carrying us at this point. I think we need to diversify and make sure that we're getting it from all across the region. Is this something that we're looking at doing?
So through the chair, we do have E10 on our list, our list that we are considering, and it's part of the water supply strategy update. And so I was also at that presentation with you, and I do know that those discussions happened around the use of the containers. That is a unique system. It is a high level of flow. We would have to look at the operational parameters. We would have to look at the legislative parameters, the environmental parameters. But I can assure you we are evaluating all options on the table, including that one.
Okay, and then follow up to that, are we also looking at, because I know there is some wastewater that potentially that system could use. Is that something that we're looking at to treat our wastewater to be able to incorporate that as well? So I know it does happen, and I'm not saying that's the best solution, but if we're looking at all options, is that another option that we're looking at?
So through the chair, just if I could ask for clarification, do you mean from our wastewater treatment plants or the waste byproducts of treatment of a water supply?
The wastewater treatment, yes.
Not at this time. We have not evaluated that. We do have our wastewater strategy underway as well, our long-term strategy. So all of those types of ideas will be fleshed out through that project as well.
Pun intended. Thank you.
Councillor Romanovich.
Thanks very much. And so I just wanted to follow up on the question in regards to the old methodology versus the new one. And Ms. Shaw, you indicated that's something that's going to come back on June the 3rd. I guess what's important for council to understand, it was stated that it was an operational decision. At some point, does council need to make a decision to either adopt one or the other, based on the advice that we get from staff and the inputs that we get from the community? Because, obviously, if it's a decision that council needs to make, they need to balance, as has been indicated, the various, all of the various factors, including risk factors, impact on community, impact on jobs in the community and livelihoods of people, not just in the construction sector, but those whose earnings then end up, supporting people in the grocery stores and in all the other things that people spend their earnings on in terms of living in the community. So I'm just wondering, ultimately, is this a decision that council is going to need to make, or one that council should be making if we haven't thus far?
I'm going to look to, Ken, do you want to answer this?
Through the chair, risk-based assessment is going to consider all of those particular factors that will be coming back here on June 3rd for a discussion. I think previously this was interpretation of the ability of staff to work within the MECP guidelines in terms of managing our system here, understanding the different approach in terms of the separation of systems. But certainly what you have before you now and coming forward will be a full risk-based assessment that considers the economic impacts, the staff impacts, the risk-based assessment, looking at the resiliency factors across the full spectrum. So you have to stay tuned for the June 3rd, and you'll be looking at making a decision at that time.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, that report, when will it be available publicly? Because we need to make sure that there's adequate time for people to read it, understand it, and if they choose, delegate appropriately for it. So when is it intended that one will be released?
So through the chair, I think we've mentioned we are working as fast as we possibly can. The consultant sent out a draft and was waiting really quick turnaround time on the comments from municipal staff and those on the team. It is being finalized right now. We are anticipating it'll be down to the wire for preparation right before the agenda goes live. We're trying to get it done as quickly as possible, but we also have to do it right. So it will be probably the last week of May before we see it.
So like it'll be available a week ahead like normal, or like, I guess I'm just trying to make sure it's not something that gets dropped 48 hours before, because I don't think that that's fair to the community.
So you will receive it ahead of time. I don't know if they can say right now, but we'll certainly let council know, and it'll be on the website.
Okay,
as an update.
Okay, I just want to reiterate what I just said, and I would ask Mr. Batty and team to take that under advisement. I think on something this major, this significant, the community is owed the ability to read it, to understand it, and because otherwise it'll be called into question. And I think we as a region need to do better in that regard. So, Mr. Batty, can you give us that assurance that we're going to work to not only make it available 48 hours ahead of time?
Yes, I think 48 hours is not what we're aiming for. Typically, the reports are published about a week prior to. As Amy said, we're doing our best to make sure that we can meet that timeline, but it will not be 48 hours before.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, colleagues. I see no further questions, and thank you for weighing in. We have no petitions, so we're going to move on to delegations. So I will proceed as they're listed on the agenda, and I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. If you're attending in person, please proceed to the podium where you are called upon to speak. I'll note that you will now have a new accessible podium with the ability to be lowered and raised using the buttons on the right, and there is a button to turn the mic on. If you're attending virtually, please turn your mic and camera on only when called upon. You will have 5 minutes to speak if you registered before the deadline and 3 minutes if you registered after. When the light on the podium turns yellow, that means you have 1 minute remaining, and when the light turns red, that means your time is up, and we would ask you to sum up. Additionally, some reminders, if you conduct yourself in the following manners, it will result in immediate removal from the meeting: interrupting council, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about council, staff, or others, turning your camera on at an appropriate time, hate speech or defamatory comments. And one last reminder for delegations: please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas shared with us from our community members. And a quick reminder to members in the audience, you're asked to maintain order, and this means do not address council without the permission of the chair. Do not interrupt anyone or disrupt the meeting with unreasonable noise or vocal expressions such as applause, booing, or cheering, or displaying signs or posters. So the first delegation is Tamim Hamidi, Employment Next, powered by Serco. Welcome to the podium. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Redmond, members of council, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about employment services in Waterloo region. Our region is growing rapidly with projections approaching 1 million residents within the next decade. This growth brings opportunity, but also responsibility to ensure our workforce keeps pace. To succeed, we need a workforce that is skilled, inclusive, and adaptable. Employment service providers play a key role in making this happen. They support job seekers and newcomers in overcoming barriers, help people build the skills they need, and assist employers in finding and retaining talent. Their impact is clear: connecting residents to meaningful employment, supporting businesses, and strengthening our economy. As Waterloo region grows, these services help ensure our workforce grows with it. Before highlighting the broader impact employment service providers are having across Waterloo region, I'd like to begin with a brief overview of who we are, the services we provide, and the role we play in supporting workforce development within our community. Next slide, please. EmployNext, powered by Serco Canada, delivers locally responsive, outcome-based employment services for job seekers and employers across the region of Waterloo and Barrie area. We're part of Ontario's integrated employment services delivery model and manage a portfolio of employment service providers within Ontario, delivered locally through community-based employment service providers, grounded in strong community involvement and partnership. And how we support our community is by providing access to personalized employment services, prepare and connect job seekers to meaningful employment, and support employers and recruitment and support employers with recruitment and hiring needs. Next slide, please. This is a map of all of our employment service providers within Kitchener, Waterloo, and Barrie area. If you can proceed to the next slide, please. This slide highlights all the employment service providers currently serving the region of Waterloo. Together, these organizations create a strong and connected service delivery network that ensures residents across our community can access the support they need to successfully enter and navigate the labor market. I am also pleased to share that we recently welcomed Reception House as a new Employee Next service provider. Their addition strengthens our regional network and expands our collective ability to support newcomers and other job seekers as they build meaningful pathways to employment here in Waterloo Region. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to touch on some of the core services that our service providers offer. As you can see, there are job development and employer connections, career coaching and counseling, employment preparation, job placements, and retention support. All services are free for job seekers as well as employers, as it's funded by the province. Service highlights include job fairs, hiring events, training certifications, and financial incentives for job seekers and for employers, community initiatives, employer recognition events, and specialized employment programs and workshops. Next slide, please. Some of the community events that we've done, we did a job fair in Cambridge, which attracted over 400 job seekers from the region and over 45 employers and community partners. We also did one in the region in Waterloo, in which we brought in over 700 job seekers and over 30 employers and community members. So overall, over 1,100 people and well over 75 employers and community partners to support our community. Next slide, please. Some of the partnerships that we have are with LiUNA Local 183, Get Set, which was formerly known as Literacy and Basic Skills. We are at the Cambridge Public Library twice a month, and we're looking to expand this to Kitchener and as well as Waterloo. We have a youth table to support organizations who are supporting youth. We are partnering with employers to support their hiring needs. We're a member of the chamber and really endorsing the Vision 1 Million, and also local and civic collaboration, which I am part of a lot of community organizations. Next slide, please. Briefly, just want to touch on the power centers from the ministry, which supports local workers that have been laid off. So that's always available to support people who have been laid off. Next slide, please. So as I conclude, I want to reinforce a key message. Employment services are essential to Waterloo Region's economic and community success. They connect job seekers to meaningful work, help employers find talent, and support inclusive, sustainable growth. With our region projected to approach 1 million residents in the next decade, the need for a coordinated and accessible employment system will only grow. Our success will depend on not just on economic growth, but on how effectively we connect people to opportunities. Employment service providers across the region are already doing this work every day, helping individuals overcome barriers, support newcomers, and meet employer needs. As a final act, I encourage continued collaboration with council and regional partners to ensure job seekers and employers are connected to these services early. Strengthening awareness and referrals will help more residents access the supports available. Once again, thank you for your time and your commitment to a strong, inclusive workforce in Waterloo Region.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We have a question. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for coming in this evening. I have a couple of questions. One is just to confirm, you are a job agency?
No, we are the service system manager appointed by the ministry to manage all the employment service providers.
Is your mic on? Can you just repeat? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. We are the service system manager appointed by the ministry to manage the employment services within region of Waterloo. So the map that I put up within all the service providers that you saw, YMCA, Agilic, so we are now managing, we are their SSM and managing their services.
Okay, so you had the region of Waterloo on there. So
Yes.
You're managing our service, our employment services?
Just employment services, yes.
Okay, and how long have you been operating?
Yeah, we've been doing this since 2019. However, within the region, we came here in 2024.
Okay, so and you said you manage the region's employment
services, yes.
Okay.
We're also on the region's website. If you go there, you will see Employ Next powered by Circle. We're also there as well.
Okay, I'd just be curious to know if that was a decision that came through council or if that was made via staff decision. And that's not for you to answer, that's for staff. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Commissioner Sweeney, you're online.
I am. Hi, thank you. Councillor James, yes, so this is part of the employment services transformation that the ministry and the province launched before the pandemic, and the service system model system has been put in place. And so Serco was awarded the contract to be the service system manager, much like the region holds that role for housing and childcare. Serco holds it for Employment Ontario services, and the region of Waterloo remains an Employment Ontario and EO provider, and we work closely with Serco and have a really good working relationship in that work.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Timin, thank you. I see no other questions. Thank you for coming in and presenting.
Thank you very much.
So our next delegation is Grant Vickers from Kitchener. And Grant, you have 5 minutes to speak, and you're joining us virtually. So Grant Vickers, you're our next delegation. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's in regards to the 89 pay hike increase. Is that being voted on tonight or no? I was led to believe that this was the meeting that would be discussed in.
There is a notice of motion. If you want to speak to that issue, feel free.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm gonna. The 89% pay hike for the chairman or chairperson is quite excessive. And I'm pretty sure you've listened to Mike Farwell. You had one of the council people on speaking, and her answer was, it's only $5,500. And what I also gather, because I've been in contact with that council person, that this person has not gotten a pay hike in 10 years. And if that's the case, why wait so... Okay, I think my voice is a little loud, and you probably can hear me. Why wait so long to ask for a pay hike? I know when I worked at the hospital, when we were in bargaining, we would ask for 5% for over 3 years. And like I said, my question is, why do you wait so long for that pay hike? And that affects me, the pay hike. We pay rent here, so that means the taxes of that goes up. And it's not, I'm on a fixed income. I get a monthly income every month. I only get $2,600, and they don't say, Mr. Vickers, you know what, we're going to give you an 89 pay hike. No. And again, I don't see the logic behind that. Now, if you would have asked at a smaller increment, all right, but 89, I don't think it should have been, that should be even discussed. You drive down Victoria Street and Weber Street, tent city, people that don't have a job. And yeah, I totally disagree. I don't know if the 5 minutes is up. I can't see. I don't know. Oh, 1 minute and 50 seconds left. Yeah, I just disagree. And right now, it sounds like I'm just going around in circles, so I don't want to go around in circles and repeat myself over and over. All right, then that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vickers. I have no questions. The next delegation is Tom Woodcock, Rare Charitable Reserves, Research Reserves. And Tom, you're in person, so welcome to the podium. Feel free to move it up if you need to, and the floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
It is pretty cool. That's as high as it goes. I'll slow down. Hi, thank you everybody for allowing me to come and delegate here. My name is Tom Woodcock. I'm the planning ecologist at the Rare Charitable Research Reserve, which is a community nonprofit land trust which operates in the region of Waterloo and Wellington County. I'd like to speak to Councillor Craig's motion regarding traffic, speeding, and safety in the Shants Hill region, which includes Fountain Street and the village of Blair, which is where our administrative headquarters are located. And our land occupies a significant portion of the space between West Galt and the village of Blair. So it has several kilometers, about 2.5 kilometers of Blair Road running through it. So we steward 11 properties in the region of Waterloo and Wellington County, bringing our message, our mission of conservation, research, and education for the benefit of the environment and the community to the public. Our organization takes the responsibilities quite clearly. You see from the map there, the Blair property is the first and flagship property of our organization. It serves the community, several thousand members a year at least, with free access to public trails, education programs for children, university research, community and food bank gardens, diverse volunteer opportunities, and a wide variety of events. Over the past 25 years, the community, donors, volunteers, researchers, and numerous other partners have collectively invested enormous effort and resources into ensuring these lands, one of the largest green spaces in the region, remain ecologically intact and protected in perpetuity. Over this period, the regional government has become a strong conservation partner working with us, providing and seeking support and information, and also having a staff member seated on actually 2 staff members, one retired, one current, sitting on our Land Securement Advisory Committee. The Countryside Line and the Greenland System, both laudable efforts, which includes the environmentally sensitive landscape designation for the Blair-Bechtel-Crookston area, which covers a part of the area in the motion, represents important leadership by the region. And more than 80% of the region's land area currently devoted to human use. Protected lands, which underpin our efforts, of course, provide space for nature and biodiversity, but also serve the public benefit and provide ecological services such as support of the water system, which we've heard considerable amount tonight, the food system, nutrient and carbon management, floodwater management, and others. Traffic congestion and safety concerns cannot be solved by creating additional road corridors or additional transportation development through protected habitat. Wild mortality on the stretch of Blair Road that passes through our reserve already numbers in the hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals annually, including snakes, turtles, amphibians, birds, and mammals large and small, up to and including deer. We would be very willing to share data that we've collected over the years related to road mortality, which may help inform and support traffic calming measures and mitigation strategies going forward. And we have worked with both the region and the regional staff and provincial staff in looking at road mortality issues and wildlife mitigation measures on our road systems. As a donor-supported conservation land trust, our lands are stewarded and protected on behalf of the public. We remain open to constructive conversations around measures that improve safety and reduce impacts associated with Blair Road itself, including through the village of Blair, where you may know is the roadway is very constricted. There's meaningful opportunities to pursue traffic calming and mobility improvements that better address ecological protection, public safety, and community access. These could include measures such as lower and more appropriate speed limits, roundabouts designed to improve both pedestrian and wildlife crossings, improved pedestrian infrastructure, and enhanced public transit access, including the possibility of additional bus stops serving the area. For example, a roundabout located at our Slit Barn, our major educational center and events facility, could be considered in addition to one near the Blair Village. And we believe that a broader traffic calming strategy, including these measures, could make a big difference in putting the issues brought forward in this motion to rest. Thank you very much.
Tom, thank you very much for coming in. You do have some questions. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Most of Rare is in North Dumfries, but you're absolutely correct. You can't get across the road most of the time, and Rare is on both sides of the road. It's a mixed problem that through Councillor Craig's motion, I think we will see or have to open our minds because the road is very narrow. And if we took more land, we would be taking more of Rare land to widen it. And there's a whole bunch of things we have to look at. But thank you for everything you do. I recognize the need. I go down that road, and it's not a nice thing to go down. But we have a problem. And there's going to be housing units, big development there as well on the Whistle Bear Road, which hooks up to you guys. So, yes, thank you for coming in. Thank you for what you do. And hopefully we can come up with a solution.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you again, Tom. Long time since I've seen you. I've been at this for 30 years on the Rare. Do you see any of the wording you would like change? What's your concern about the motion? Do you have concerns about it? Would there be some additional stuff or changes to the motion?
It's more of a general sort of offering ourselves to work with council and with the local municipalities on how these concerns, which, I mean, I've worked at Rare for coming up on 13 years now, coming up on 12 years now. And, leaving the wildlife mortality aside and the noise and the dust and so forth, speed, pedestrian safety, the village of Blair. I mean, even if Blair Road were widened, you can't widen it in the village, so it would still be a bottleneck there. I mean, there used to be an old lady that lived across the street from our office, and I used to watch in terror as she would try to cross the road to get her mail with her walker. And if you tried to go out and ask, tried to help her cross the road, she'd yell at you. But we did try to help her. But yeah, I mean, even in the village, and never mind, the accidents and the problems on the larger road, and Fountain Street as well. Fountain Street's a little less difficult, but we do have significant frontage on Fountain Street, and wildlife crossing is a problem there too. So we're just looking to sort of open ourselves for discussions of solutions as a owner of large property in the area.
So it sounds to me like you don't want to happen like what happened to do with the pedestrian bridge across the river and the trail potential there, when it had to be removed from the system. Okay.
A long time ago, there was, of course, the issues with additional bridges and roads, through our property, which is not public property, and bridges across the Grand. And then more recently, with West Galt wanting to build road, the West Galt development, and people discussing the building of roads through our property to connect to Whistle Bear Road, for example, to make another route to the 401. So we're hoping to head off the possibility of, any sorts of additional transportation infrastructure being targeted at the big empty space on the map that people see and say, why isn't there a road there?
I think it's good that you're being proactive. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate the offer in terms of cooperation and supporting, what may possibly happen. I just want to reassure you, I did talk to Stephanie, the executive director, at length, assuring her that this is not a motion to compromise Rare or the river, okay, in any terms, but to look at concerns that the public is having, okay, with regards to traffic in the area. And I think you coming in tonight and in a supportive way of being proactive is appreciated, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Tom, before I let you sit down, I just have to comment that this morning in Wellesley, Councillor Nowak, Councillor Verbanovich, Councillor Gowing, and I were at a REAP tree planting launch, and a big part of that were the seeds that were grown at Rare. So it was a wonderful sort of circular system, and we were able to plant some trees in Wellesley. I believe 9,000 is what they are going to do.
Wonderful.
Councillor Nowak offered to plant them all, but he was a little busy. But thank you very much for what you do for the broader community as well.
Madam Chair, if I may, just on a historical note with regards to Blair Road, if you travel down it, and Councillor Foxton will remember the mayor at the time, I used to claim as the mayor of Cambridge that Rare was the crown jewel of Cambridge. And the former mayor of North Dumfries had signs put up saying, "Welcome to North Dumfries," to prove the point that 90% was in North Dumfries. So just a historical note. Okay.
And that is the mere beauty of being a regional councillor. Serving on the regional council, we love every inch of the region. So thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Samantha Lernout. Samantha is from Citizens for Safe Groundwater, Inc. Samantha's here in person. Welcome. You may have to lower the podium. You have 5 minutes, and the floor is yours.
There we go. Okay. Good evening, Chair and Councillors. I'm here tonight representing Citizens for Safe Groundwater and the 31 Wilmont families who have reported water issues in Wilmont and those who no longer have reliable access to water. So the map, I don't think you have those are Dr. Hugh Simpson's slides. There was a map that I shared that shows, you'll see some yellow dots and purple squares. I'll just describe while she's getting it up. The yellow dots represent the families that have reported well interference or water issues. The red pin in the middle is the Wilmont Center well field. It's hard to see. And the purple squares is the monitoring program that the region has, so the monitoring wells. So I want to start with a simple question. Does a rural resident in Wilmont have the same right to clean, secure drinking water as someone in an urban center? This is water that came out of my water heater after a slug of orange and black coffee filters came through after a 15-minute total loss of water. Right now, the honest answer is no. Rural Wilmont should have the same level of water security as the cities this region continues to grow. That growth cannot come at the expense of your rural neighbors. This is also, rural Wilmont should have the same level, I said that. This is also about trust and accountability. For over 50 years, Wilmont has been a good neighbor, supplying the groundwater that enables the region's growth. That relationship was built upon a promise that municipal pumping would not come at the expense of private wells. Last month, by removing the 1980 Wilmont water policy, that promise and the safety net was taken away. Today, we are facing a real and escalating crisis. Residents are reporting wells going dry for days or weeks, pressure drops in sediment-filled water, seniors hauling water into their homes, family gatherings canceled or planned at motels due to lack of water, geothermal heating failing in the dead of winter, residents limited to water for dishes and flushing toilets. This is not theoretical, it is happening now. This is not about inconvenience, this is about dignity, health, and the basic ability to live in your own home. And the current process is failing those residents. Instead of transparent investigation, families are facing a system that disallows claims unless they first replace equipment at their own cost, withholds municipal pumping data at the time the interference occurs, delays access to well inspection findings until after the appeal begins, issues denial letters without even collecting baseline data like static water levels. At the same time, the region is the operator, the investigator, and the decision maker. That is not an impartial process. It is a structural conflict of interest. We have also seen this before in Wilmont. In the 1970s, municipal pumping at wells K50 to K52, the Wilmont Center well field, widespread interference. That is exactly why the 1980 policy was created, to prevent this from happening again. Yet in 2019, pumping near the Wilmont Center well field was increased without proactive collecting of baseline data from nearby private wells. Today, we are approaching we're over 30 interference reports in this same area. 30. One failing well might be mechanical. 30 wells failing in the same zone is not a coincidence. It is consistent with aquifer drawdown. And despite this, increased pumping is still being pursued, while these cases remain unresolved. This is not precautionary. This is risk being pushed onto residents. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for equal water security and fair, transparent process. Mayor Salonen will be bringing forward a motion to restore an independent well interference appeal committee. Council must support this, and it must include the following. I provided our asks in a one-page document. Hopefully council received that. Number one, restore an independent committee with external experts to remove conflict of interest. The rural councillors should be a part of that committee. 2, shift the burden of proof. The region must demonstrate its pumping is not the cause before denying claims. 3, implement a dynamic compensation area. Right now, it's considered a historic compensation area, but protection boundaries must expand based on actual drawdown, not outdated maps. 4, immediate data freeze and independent audit. Halt the denial letters and conduct a third-party review of the well field. 5, full transparency and real-time monitoring. Make all pumping data, well data, and monitoring fully public. And most importantly, halt any further increases in pumping at the Wilmont Center well field until all existing interference cases are resolved and stable water conditions are restored. Councillors, groundwater is a shared finite resource. You cannot sustainably grow cities by drawing out the rural communities that sustain them. Tonight, you may have an opportunity, tonight you do have an opportunity to restore fairness, rebuild trust, and ensure that rural residents are not left behind. Please support the reinstatement of an independent, resident-centered well interference committee, and please follow our 5 serious asks. Thank you.
Thanks, Samantha. You had a little trouble with the slides, so I let you go over just a little bit. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I will pose it as a question, I suppose. May I thank you, Samantha, for coming tonight, as well as for all of the work that you're doing in our community. I know it's a lot of digging and information finding, and it certainly helped make both my recommendation tonight to council more informed, and absolutely your advocacy for our community is certainly helping to try and get secure water supply. So I appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Councillor Gowing.
Thanks to you, Chair. Thanks, Sam, for coming in. I do have a question. You mentioned what you are experiencing, but and I know that you are here on behalf of the others in Wilmont itself. Can you tell me what the community is experiencing? I know you mentioned, like I said, your own issues, but what other things is the community experiencing right now?
Yes. Well, Martha Bricker is here. Through the chair, she was the first resident to report to the region, so she is the furthest through the 2015 policy and procedures. Through the chair, could she share briefly what her experience has been, so it's directly from her, not hearsay.
Well, you registered as a single delegation. Maybe Councillor Gowing can talk to her offline.
Sure.
I can summarize. I got a ride with Martha today, so I can tell. But through Martha and Dave Bricker, they have they reported their incident 2 months ago, March. They had their appeal, so they got a decision for an offer of $4,000 to sign a waiver and not bring forward any further issues, essentially, in a nutshell. And then she had her appeal meeting with Commissioner Brothers about 5 weeks ago and was told she would have a response in a week, 2 weeks. She followed up, but he was on holidays, and said he would get back to her, but she hasn't received anything. No emergency water. She's had company come from Newfoundland that they've stayed in hotels because she will run out of water.
Councillor Gowing?
Okay. Yeah, I just, more, if you can go, I know those are two specifics, but is there a broader experience that the community itself is experiencing?
Well, generally, so that's one instant. Another instant, the report when the well tech came out attributed to, well, you'll hear more. I won't get into that one, but generally, we're feeling like we're a nuisance and we're neglected, and and it's a real slap in the face when we hear that the region is looking for more water from Wilmont Centre well fields, while there are, what I'm aware of, is 30 active interference reports.
Okay, that's what I was looking for, yeah. Is how the feeling is.
It's quite a terrible feeling when we hear something like that.
Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, through you, Chair. Thanks for coming in tonight, and I know you've sent us information in the past, and I appreciate anybody who gets involved with following issues at local government. So thanks very much for that. I'm just curious if you could provide some explanation or rationale and help me with this, because I certainly don't have a problem with the Well Interference Committee, and I agree with you when you said it should be independent and expert members on there. But then I'm curious about where having elected officials on there, where that would fit in, because
Thank you.
Because that's the part that I'm really struggling with.
Yes.
Like, if it really is to be independent and have expert advice
Yes.
to provide recommendations around what's happening, because I'm sure you've realized like how complex, and certainly there's lots of stuff we've been learning. I kind of joke that I'm taking an engineering degree in water over the past 6 months, but there's a lot that we're learning as lay people, right? So
Yes.
I do worry what adding elected officials into a mix like that and what that would do. So can you just provide your rationale for that?
Yes, so it's not my rationale, it's Dr. Hugh Simpson's rationale. So Dr. Hugh Simpson was an employee of the region. He was a hydrogeologist for the region, and he worked for the region at the time that the Well Interference Committee was in place. And I have sent, so he supplied comments for the motion, and his number one comment, I'll just read it. The composition of the Reinstatement Well Interference Committee should focus on township representation, example, the four township mayors, to ensure that the committee focus is on mitigating impacts of region water taking on private water supplies. The urban councillors do not appear to have knowledge or understanding of how critical a private water supply is for a rural farm, home, or business. You might take that as, I'm sorry. But external members such as academics and other technical experts should have an advisory role and not have voting rights.
Yeah.
That's the I'm going by expert.
But I'm just, what would, I guess I assume from what I assume that you agree with that?
I agree with that based on his experience with the Well Interference Committee. I wouldn't say I have knowledge to say that based on the council chambers I'm looking at right now, but I would say that based on his experience.
Okay.
With the Well Interference Committee.
I mean, I can tell you, I do get a little bit of umbrage with that.
I can understand.
I live in the rural area now, but
Yes.
in an urban area, but I grew
So-
my formative years we're in
Yes.
a rural area.
And we're not debating the delegation.
No, I'm not debating her. I'm just
No,
I'm
I
just sharing
totally
my
respect.
experience.
I respect that.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Samantha. I see no further questions. Thank you for coming
Okay.
in.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Michael Friend from Ottawa. Michael, you're joining us virtually and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm on an internet connection that's not the highest bandwidth. So can you hear me? And I'll if I
we can
keep
hear
my
you.
video off, my sound quality will be better.
Michael, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Thanks. I just wanted to put some comments out. Looking at the reports produced and looking at the history of it. I've also been involved in past speaking. I spoke on April 8th. You might have also seen that I was my name appeared in a couple articles in the Waterloo Region Record as well. I've been involved helping out the Citizens for Safe Groundwater for a while now. I've also been involved in other water issues. I'm a hydrogeologist myself, as well as civil engineer. The comment, I think it's a great idea to put the reinstate the Well Interference Committee, and I agree fully with the comments that that have been made earlier on that. The Well Interference Committee, I was surprised it was disbanded back, I think, in 2015 or something. It really does need, it should never have been disbanded. But unfortunately, we can't turn back the clock. So the next best thing is to reinstate it. And as I mentioned before, the region should have reinstated that Well Interference Committee before canceling the 1980 policy on April 8th. And it would also have been a really good idea if the region would have solved all the well problems before discussing abandoning the 1980 Wilmont policy. And this is a point that I made. Actually, a comment even appeared in an article in the Record that I had made there as well. It was also, I made it earlier too. But anyway, this just looking back. So, tonight is an opportunity to reinstate that Well Interference Committee and, to fix the past mistakes that were made. And, we all make mistakes, but, we can also fix them too. The other comment I think that needs to be brought up is there needs to be a holistic third-party review done of all the well interference complaints together. Instead of just merely piecemeal, investigating wells individually. There is a time and a place for that, but you need to look at everything in the whole picture. And this comment ties back to the earlier comments that multiple people have made, that, it's not a coincidence that all the wells are having issues together. Some of them are deeper wells and they're having issues. And, we know that it's known from first-year hydrogeology, when you have a well that's being drawn down a lot, and it's getting really close to being, to where the pump is, you tend to get issues of, mobilization of sediment. And that's a red flag for a number of reasons. And you don't have to be a well technician to be familiar with that. And another thing also, I think the third-party review should entail having monitoring of the the residential wells. And they should really be equipped with the same caliber instrumentation and monitoring that the regional wells have. And, that really should be done. Something to show quantitatively what the regional well, the private wells are. And you can put a monitor in the private well directly. Obviously, you're going to get artifacting from when the pump starts up, but you'll be able to see what it stabilizes at overnight when there's no water being drawn. And you can even put a water meter on the actual line to the house to actually show this is how much water the house uses, if you want to see that. And the Well Interference Committee really, and this comment has also been made earlier, the Well Interference Committee really should be for all not just the Wilmot Center, not just K50, K51, K52, it really should be for the whole region, the rural areas. Because, we need to be sure we prevent another Shingletown type disaster from recurring. Shingletown being same as Wilmot Center, and history otherwise will repeat itself. So, I understand the region needs more water, so those are valid. The region's growing. I understand all that. And of course, that's also why repairing the Mannheim water treatment plant makes sense. The discussion earlier about, bringing in water from the Cambridge Middleton well field and, harmonizing the
Michael, you have
chlorination
1
system.
minute remaining.
Okay, I'm almost done. And then, so those are good things, but, the monitoring wells should be done, proactively, with the same diligence in municipal wells. And then, looking at the long-term time frame, this dynamic compensation needs to match, change in shape. New wells are going to be drilled by the region in the future at some point. There's going to be pumping rates might increase, maybe new gravel pits, new agriculture irrigation wells, precipitation changes, more urban growth, and the urban growth is expanding over the rural areas and the recharge areas. All these things are tying together. So the dynamic compensation areas need to be able to reflect that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Michael, thank you very much for delegating. I see no questions, so thank you for joining us and providing us with your comments and thoughts. The next delegation is Mo Elash from Petersburg, and I believe Mo is here in person. Welcome to the podium, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Redmond and members of the council. I'm in favor of reinstating the independent council-appointed well interference committee. I do not support the current process of addressing well interference claims and appeals. The region's current investigation is no more than a superficial status check, ignores fundamental hydro the data. Despite the verified 67.2 feet drop in my well of static water level since 1970, the region attributed our losses of water pressure, air bubbles, and cloudy water documented in our first well interference complaint to a mechanical failure of a pressure tank and a dated iron filter. This conclusion was directly contradicted, as I say, by the independent well technician that we assigned to come and look at our tank. He said that it is, once he drained it and recharged it, that it worked properly. As such, our well is fully functional and has no impactful mechanical issues. The region refused to accept further interferences reports. 2 and 3 were dismissed until we replace our pressure tank. Once again, I quote, even though it works properly. We have recently submitted 3 additional well interference complaints about an unexplained sputter watering coming from faucets inside our home, dated over the pressure tank and drained and recharged. It continues to hold pressure and function properly. The email that we received from the region, without an investigation, and I quote, without an investigation, the well interference complaints 4 and 5 were documented and will stay in our file. If you experience a total loss of water, please contact our service well center. As I explained, it's only when we lose full water. And I will quote that again. It seems that the region does not feel it necessary to investigate the water issues since our well equipment is to blame. They have not accepted any responsibility nor proved it from their excessive pumping. They are ignoring water warning signals and will consider acting only at a loss. I'll stop there, sorry.
Thank you very much for coming in, and Councillor Salonen has a question.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Mo, for coming in and for sharing your experience. I'm sorry to hear that that's what you've been going through.
Yeah.
I am curious, over what time span has your well been experiencing these problems? Obviously not the drop that you noted already from 1970 of about 66 feet, but the general sputtering issues and experiences that you guys have been going
How
through.
long?
Yeah.
Oh, it's been 3 months.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mo. I see
Okay.
no further questions.
All right, thank you.
Next delegation is Zachary Fowler from Waterloo. Zachary, you're here in person. You have 3 minutes and the podium is yours.
Can you hear me? I can empathize with the last delegate's anxiety about public speaking. Okay, how do I start? Government housing, definitely like the unspoken solution to the affordability crisis. Unfortunately, the region's housing at 60 Paulander has not been like a shining example of housing management in this instance, I will say. Were y'all able to access any of the pictures that I had sent? If not, it's fair, it's very last minute. So I've been working with residents at that location, and basically they all have pretty substantial gardens in their yards. Unfortunately, all of those gardens are being removed from their property by the region. The removal has started today. The staff that I've been speaking to have made points that they had given lots of notice. This has actually been a 2-year process. Essentially, 2 years ago, they said that the garden beds were posing an imminent threat to the structure of the parking garage. So much of the development the housing is above the parking garage, and so they're on brick. But so the garden beds are there, and so their claim is that water is seeping in and causing structural issues to the parking garage. I'm not an engineer. I'm not going to necessarily dispute that. Residents did tell me that there were those issues existing prior to the gardens, and that the region had installed drainage on the ceiling of the parking garage, which we did go look at. You can see water damage. The water damage is not near where the gardens are, but water moves. But so speaking with the residents, they largely what the sentiment is like, I want to keep my garden, I can't do anything about it. There was a meeting with the residents yesterday and nobody showed up, and so the staff's claim was like, nobody cares, nobody showed up. Most of those people that live there are non-English speaking refugees and immigrants, and so they don't know what the letters are about. And I mean, even looking at the demographic here, like the people that feel comfortable participating in government and the people that can actually be appointed to be in the government is a very specific kind of person, and not usually people in those housing complexes. But basically, there are a bunch of gardens that are not above the parking garage that are also slated for removal, despite the fact that they can cause no water damage to the parking garage way over here. I talked to Mina Gomez, the manager of the housing. She said it was cumbersome for the landscapers to mow around. If you look at the garden beds, they are flat and smooth and against the people's fences. It makes it easier to mow. It's a smaller section to mow. So that seems, if not untrue, it seems like an issue maybe we can work on like resolving or thinking is valuable enough to protect this like very valuable resource to these people, because it is one, a garden of subsistence for a lot of people. It's also like very culturally significant. Like they're growing very specific things. And in the pictures that I sent, one of them was there are a lot of railings at that housing that have fully just rusted off of where they're bolted into the concrete, making it incredibly dangerous to use the stairs. And I would hope that that is maybe more of an imminent threat than gardens, but sorry.
So Zachary,
Yeah.
you infused such energy and passion in this at a point in the evening in a meeting where people can feel lagging. So thank you very much for your energy, for your interest, and it's engendered a whole bunch of questions. So I'll go to Councillor Rodriguez.
Thanks, Zach, for coming in. And on short notice, thanks for being here. And also for reaching out over the last couple of weeks about this. And I know we've had a chance to connect on this and engage with staff on this, and I hope this conversation can continue. I know Commissioner Sweeney's squares on now, and his team's aware of this, and I think happy to continue this conversation, meet on site, and see what and see what we can do to both protect and address some of those safety concerns that have been identified, the engineering ones, and see what path forward we can find for some of the ones that may be less. And I just want to note and say thanks to staff that they did hold off on removing some of the non-structural ones, I think, or are holding off on that work so that we can continue those types of conversations from here. So I appreciate being here because I think this is such a important thing for us to get right.
I will say just them not removing the ones that are not structural issues. Mina Gomez explicitly said, no, we are removing the ones that are not on the parking garage, again, because the landscape issues.
I think we'll continue the conversation from here and see what's possible. So
I'm going to save Commissioner Sweeney till the end. Right. And so, Peter, I'll come back to you. Councillor Rodriguez, that's it. Councillor Hunick.
Hi, Zachary. Thank you, Chair. Hi, Zachary. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for advocating for gardens and communities. I was under the impression that staff were following up with you and the rest of the members of the community, so I'm glad that Commissioner Sweeney is here with us now. So the issues that you were provided, so the one is the parking garage, 2 is the lawn mowing concern, and were there other issues with the gardens that you're aware of?
So I basically have a lot of fragmented information. Again, this has been kind of multiple years, but I get what the tenants and neighbors have felt is that the reason for removal of the gardens kind of changes. It's been hard for them to trust what the regional staff is saying because it seems inconsistent. But yeah, no, basically what it is now, the justifications are that the planters are creating water damage and that they are bothersome for the landscaping.
I'm sorry that you feel that the information that you've received is fragmented, and we can definitely work to clarify that with you. Certainly CC regional councillors if you would like to as you communicate with staff on this. Thanks.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thanks for coming in tonight, Zachary. I just wanted to double check, are you talking about just Paulander Drive, or are you also concerned about some housing or gardens in Waterloo?
Just Paulander.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I had heard through the local councillor about some concerns around that, and I guess I'll look to Commissioner Sweeney because we had also heard of something similar happening at some regional housing in Waterloo, but like there hadn't been any orders issued by the city. They had indicated that there was orders from the city, but okay, I just wanted to clarify if you were just talking about Kitchener, and maybe Commissioner Sweeney, you can just clarify that there's nothing like this happening in Waterloo, because the message that I got back through our counselor was that there had initially been some kind of an order like this that went out and then it got retracted. So thanks for clarifying what's going on.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Zachary, what a great advocate you are. I think, I'm not sure, but this has happened a few years back where they had water in the garage as well, and they did the fix, but in today's society, we are encouraging people to grow their food and things because things are just too costly. So I think if you could work with staff and find a way that it would work for everybody, would be really, really great. And thank you for coming. You made my night.
Councillor Ivanovich.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Zachary, for coming in. Madam Chair, I guess my question would be more for staff than Zachary. Perhaps?
We'll come back to you then.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, Zachary. Thanks for coming in. How long have you been in working within the area of Paulander?
It's a broad question. Like when I was a kid, I spent a lot of time there. through my nonprofit, we have lots of those neighbors coming with us. Actually, the person that has kind of helped, was the contact point for me was somebody that used our services and volunteered with us. And they initially pioneered the garden program at there and then got the region involved in supporting those extra planters as well.
Okay, so I want to thank you for the work that you're doing and for coming in here, and also let you know that, that's an area I grew up in, so anything is possible, especially for those new immigrants and newcomers, okay? So just remember that we have a story, and there's endless possibilities, especially within the neighborhood that you work in and care about.
So I'm going to go back to Councilor Ravanovich before we go to Commissioner Sweeney. Did you have a specific question you want to ask Mr. Sweeney?
Thank you. So, Mr. Sweeney, I'm wondering if you can, I guess, just reflect on what Mr. Fowler has come forward with today. I know that in all of our communities, both the area municipalities have been very encouraging of community garden programs. We know community gardens are important ways of neighborhoods coming together. The same would be true in our housing. These are homes of people who live there and they want to beautify their neighborhoods. How did we get here, and how do we find a solution that works for Mr. Fowler and the residents of Paulander Drive?
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you to the delegate. I'm not sure if the delegate is a resident of the WRH location on Paulander or not, but that notwithstanding, so this came to my attention just last week through Councillor Rodriguez. I can assure you that in some communication today, Ryan Pettipier, our Director of Housing, has committed that any actions around gardens that are not structural in nature are not being considered at this time. And I guess I also want to say community gardens are a big part of our WRH portfolio. We know how important they are, and we are very supportive of community gardens and continuing to support and to have community gardens where we can. My understanding is that there were some structural issues with some of these particular gardens relative to the parking garage. I think what I would say, I'm in council's hands, but I'd like the opportunity to connect with the delegate directly with our staff. Feels like we've got some communication breakdown along the way, and again, happy to take this away and ensure that we're doing everything we can to continue to support community gardens, and also making sure that we're taking care of our physical assets as well. And so if council's okay with that approach, I'm happy to connect with the delegate in the coming days.
Yeah, no, well, certainly I'd be okay with that. I can't speak for our other colleagues. When I look at the pictures, I would just say that, recognizing, yes, there is in some spaces parking that's, nearby, but all of these pictures, at least that are here, seem pretty reasonable in terms of, what's being proposed or what's there. And I would hope that we can either allow this to stay the way it is or to rectify it in a way that, I can't imagine that the two structures can't coexist.
So, Mr. Fowler, I'm assuming that clerks would have your contact numbers and you could connect with Commissioner Sweeney? Did you want to intervene?
Yep. Oh, I guess just a couple things. The pictures I took were only of the gardens that weren't on the parking structure, just as a caveat there. And yeah, I do want to, with the pictures, I do want to reiterate the fact that it's a bit of a separate issue, but the railings that are there that have rotted off of their stays, it's incredibly dangerous. I almost took a 10-foot fall onto concrete because the railing, just when you put any weight on it, you drop. And I think that's much more immediate than removing gardens. not to put my opinion, but.
So thank you very much for coming in. I see no further questions, and staff will connect with you and follow up. Thank you. That is the end of our delegations, colleagues. I now would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of previous meetings, and they're listed 9.1 through 9.11, moved by Councillor Saladin, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. We received information package electronically with correspondence through the week. The next reports are finance reports, and I would ask for a mover and a seconder to move the finance reports, which are being received for information and approved. Moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor McCabe. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next group of committee reports is Community Health and Services Summary. I need a mover and a seconder, and Councillor James, you're asking for 11.2.4 to be...
Yeah, through you, Chair. 11.2.4, it's the item regarding the CCTV cameras. I want to speak to that if I can, and to vote on it separately. It's in the SID committee.
So we're not there yet. So committee reports 11.2.1, a mover and a seconder. This is for the summary of community and health services from May 5th, moved by Councillor Hunick, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Please use your e-scribe to vote. And this is funding for the operating budget for children's services. Colleagues, that is carried. The next vote is 11.2.2, Administration and Finance Committee Summary, May 5th. There are two recommendations with subclauses, moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. Please use your e-scribe to vote. And now a vote to approve the summary on the agenda from closed meeting of May 5th. Moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. Please use your e-scribe to vote. close it then. So colleagues, that is carried. The next group of votes, I'm going to ask for a mover and seconder, but we will take 11.2.4 separately to vote on. So a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Salonen, seconded by Councillor Erb. So we're voting on everything except 11.2.4. Please use your e-scribe to vote. So colleagues, that is carried. Councillor James, do you want to speak to 11.2.4?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. I wanted to take a minute to speak to this as I wasn't there for the discussion at the last committee meeting, just around the CCTV cameras and their installation. I do want to thank Deputy Jen Davis for having a conversation with me about this. I know you're here tonight. One of my concerns around this, so there are multiple concerns when I think about the cameras that will be installed, is just around the accountability piece. So how we're making sure that what is being, what evidence is coming from whatever is used for these cameras. There's an accountability to be it the residents, the Police Services Board. I did speak with Deputy Davis about this, and I don't know, is it possible for Deputy Davis to just answer that question? I think it's a valuable one since he's in the audience.
Deputy Davis, would you like to approach the podium? This is somewhat unusual, but I do know that Councillor James was not here for the discussion and the debate.
Thank you, Chair Redmond, and thank you for the question, Councillor James. I appreciate it. We have a number of accountability measures that have been put in place for this project. First and foremost, we consulted with the Information and Privacy Commissioner right from the beginning in drafting our privacy impact assessment for this. We've also developed a board policy that the Police Services Board has. We have a procedure that is in line with board policy, which basically outlines how the camera locations are selected, that it's grounded in evidence, that it is based on 3 years of prior data to help us make those selections. We have a procedure that also outlines the training that a select group of individuals working for the police agency must undergo before they can actually utilize the system and access video and upload video to our digital evidence management system for investigations. We have auditing capabilities within the program as well. We have, there's also safeguards that are part of the actual technology itself, including privacy breaks so that we can black out certain things so that we're not recording or private spaces, for instance. So those are a number of them. We also plan to take the same approach that we do with our current race-based evidence-based data strategy. So what we're doing on how we record our search procedures, how we record information on our intelligence notes when we're engaging and interacting with the public, we intend to use that same framework in evaluating the data that we use for this purpose as well. And then we will report quarterly to the Police Services Board on usage of the cameras. We want to do our utmost to share the stories, the successes that we have with this with the public. The camera locations will all be made public as well and be posted on our website. So we have taken every measure possible to ensure that there is accountability, that there is transparency, that it's grounded in data, and that we are managing that balance of providing public safety and also respecting privacy rights of our community.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Davis. So just in terms of this, I know there's discussion about kind of the slippery slope with information and all of that. And I want this on record to flag, because with CCTV cameras, there has been evidence of bias in terms of, misidentifying individuals, especially when we look at racialized individuals as well. It is something that is consistent when I looked up kind of, trends with CCTV cameras and bias there. So I want that really flagged, because there are communities that are worried about that and how it turns into kind of over surveilling. And I know you'll post where the locations are. That being said, I know there is also the notion of our information and people having access to information. So one of the things I'm very conscious of is we are now, Google has access to all of our information and we're not questioning things like that. There are Facebook groups where people are taking pictures of people's faces, their license plates. What I can support is around the accountability that you have implemented and that human rights approach and that data-based approach. I would like to see when it comes back to reporting, and I know the government relations, David Mullock provides us with council communications. I would love to see that incorporated as well, if it's quarterly or what have you, so that we are aware. And I know the Police Services Board reps will be monitored. Well, they'll get the updates, but I think this is critical, and I know there are communities that are worried about this, but I also know there are cameras that exist now. So I just want to say that I will support this, but I do want that on record that, there is things to be mindful of, and communities are watching when it comes to this. Okay.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through your chair. I was just wondering if we could, I guess I would like to bring forward an amendment just in wording on this particular section. I'm supportive of us there. I just wanted to add in to reflect what we had discussed in committee, that no installation will occur on regional infrastructure without the appropriate area municipality having an agreement existing with WRPS. That was something I know both for myself and others was important, and I know WRPS already said that was their intent. I really just want it explicitly reflected. So I would move for that amendment.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hunick. Deputy Davis, do you want to comment? That is the understanding, and that was the statement at the time.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Yes, that is explicitly laid out in the memorandum of understanding that we would sign with the Region of Waterloo.
So it's been moved and seconded, and clerks are going to do their magic, and they're going to add it to, or put the amendment up, and then I'm going to seek unanimous consent to amend this motion, and then we'll vote on it. So, colleagues, we do not have unanimous consent. So the amendment has been moved and seconded, and clerks will put it up. Deputy Davis, it's up to you. If you want to stay there, you can sit down. Thank you. So the amendment to the motion that we were going to vote on, but we're now going to vote on the amendment, is in the form and context no, hang on. And no CCTV cameras will be added on regional infrastructure without an agreement with the appropriate area municipality. So that is what we're voting on. It has been moved and seconded. We do not have unanimous consent. So please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. We will now be voting on the amended motion, which has been moved and seconded. The amendment passed, so please use e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next motion I am seeking is to approve the Audit Committee summary of May the 12th, 2026, and this has to do with our sinking fund financial statements and trust fund financial statements. Moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor McCabe. Do I have unanimous consent? All right, that is carried. Colleagues, the next agenda item is from today's closed council summary, and it is that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo ratify the appointment of Linda Lucis and Dr. Sarah Main to the Sunnyside Foundation Board for a term to expire June 2029, as outlined in a report dated May 20th, 2026. If I could have a move by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Erb, please use your e-scribe to vote. So colleagues, eScribe is getting tired at this time of night. It has been moved and seconded. Do I have unanimous consent? This is for the closed item that we dealt with today, the 2 new Sunnyside Foundation board members. Do I have unanimous consent? Yes. Thank you. Okay, that is carried. Next agenda item is Board of Health update. And I will now call on Dr. Shuli Wong, Medical Officer of Health, to provide Board of Health update. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Redmond, and good evening, members of Council. Tonight, I'd like to focus on vector-borne and animal-borne diseases. So as we move into the warmer months, Region of Waterloo Public Health is preparing for the seasonal recurrence of illnesses associated with mosquitoes and ticks, as well as rabies exposures. So West Nile virus spreads when a mosquito feeds on an infected bird and then bites a person. Region of Waterloo Public Health identifies mosquito breeding grounds, tests mosquitoes, and applies larvicide where mosquito larvae are found in accordance with provincial requirements. If spending time outdoors, residents can protect themselves from mosquito bites by wearing light-colored clothing, long sleeves, pants, socks, and closed-toe shoes. You can also use an insect repellent with DEET or icaridin. Public Health is also preparing for tick-borne disease activity, including Lyme disease. Waterloo Region has been designated, similar to much of Southern Ontario, as an established area under Public Health Ontario's surveillance map. So that just means that there are ticks that are here. Lyme disease is an infection caused by bacteria carried by black-legged ticks. The disease spreads when an infected tick bites a person. Residents are reminded to check for ticks on your clothing after spending time outdoors, and they can also visit the website etick.ca. That's etick.ca for information about how to recognize a tick and to submit tick photos for identification. Moving from insects to animals, I'd like to take a moment to talk about rabies. So rabies is a potentially fatal viral disease spread most commonly through the bite of an infected animal. When an infected animal's saliva comes into contact with a scratch, open wound, or the eyes, nose, or mouth. So to protect yourself, avoid contact with wild, stray, unfamiliar, sick, or injured animals, even if they appear friendly. Assume that any bat you see has rabies and ensure your dog or cat is vaccinated. Residents should report animal bites, scratches, and bat exposures by either calling Public Health or reporting it online on our website through our animal bite reporting form. More information about West Nile virus, Lyme disease, and rabies can be found on our website at regionofwaterloo.ca, our new website, by the way. Finally, I'd like to turn briefly to hantavirus. So as you may have heard recently in the news, a South American strain of hantavirus, also known as the Andes virus, was recently confirmed on the MV Hondius cruise ship. There are no known contacts residing in Waterloo Region. Andes virus is a hantavirus, but has many differences to the hantavirus that we can see in Canada from time to time. In Canada, cases of hantavirus are linked to deer mice and cause illness after people breathe in virus particles from rodent droppings, urine, or nesting materials. The Andes virus is carried by a different rodent species found in parts of Chile and Argentina. Unlike most hantaviruses, the Andes virus has been associated in rare cases with person-to-person transmission. When transmission has occurred, it has been associated with close and prolonged contact, so particularly among household members or intimate partners. And that's it for today's update. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
So, Dr. Wong, I see no questions, but I do want to comment on the 25th anniversary of paramedics being operated by the region under your great leadership and that of Chief John Riches. And several colleagues and I were able to join you to celebrate. And I know there's some people still working who were working, I think, 25 years ago. It was a wonderful celebration and truly a testament to the cooperation. I know the chief of police was there. There were several members from different fire departments there. And it was just great to be with all the responders, first responders, and to see the cohesion. I don't know if you want to comment on that, but it was a great event.
Thank you so much for mentioning that, Chair Redmond. And I'd like to say a very special thanks to this council, who have been very supportive of the service. And have allowed its metrics to be the best that they've ever been in our history. So thanks again to yourself, Chair Redmond, and all the members of council for their support.
And now we have a question, Councillor Gowing.
It's more of a question. I know Chief Riches today at the ceremony mentioned that there's an open house this weekend. I don't know if you can share the details on that for the public. If you have it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
Sorry.
10 to 2?
10 to 2.
Yes, 10 to 2, thank you, at the headquarters. In Wilmont,
1001A Herbs Road.
Herbs Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You never can pass up a good chance for a PSA, Councillor Gowing. That was great. Other matters. 12.1 is Ira Needles Boulevard resurfacing, and I will now call on Matthew Getsky, Commissioner of Transportation Services, to introduce this report, which was deferred from May 5th.
Thank you, Chair. So following Council's direction, we provided 2 new appendices to the report. The first one is the proposed business case that compares 2 options. So the current option that's recommended by staff, which is about doing a fulsome resurfacing now for $4.5 million, or a continued patching over the next 9 years, which would arrive at an estimated $6.88 million of patching. The second appendix that was added was also an excerpt of the Transportation Capital Program, so you can see what's in stock in the future. So just as a quick summary of the business case, that is, the recommendation really aligns with an investment that helps to bridge the corridor to its planned full rehabilitation in 2035. I think at committee we had underlined some of the reasons behind the rapid aging at the seams between the initial boulevard and the widened portions that have aged more quickly than expected. So in terms of funding, so the proposal is to fund this through the Transportation Capital Reserve. Just a reminder that this is not a reserve like the tax stabilization reserve. This is not a rainy day fund. This is the reserve that we constitute and replenish every year to be able to fund renewal projects without incurring debt on existing pieces of infrastructure. So it's funded annually. So this year, for example, in 26, about 40% of the transportation budget is an allocation of a transfer from operating budget to capital, which replenishes that reserve of slightly more than $30 million this year. It is also supported by annual funding from the Build Canada Strong Fund, formerly known as the Canada Community Building Fund. And these funding sources help support the 10-year transportation capital program and align with the asset management plan and the objective of not incurring debt on infrastructure renewal. Current projections show that after this project is paid for, and even if we spent the entire budget to the penny this year, the reserve balance at the end of the year would be about $8.6 million, and then would be replenished next year again to the level of $30 to $31 million to be able to continue to fund these infrastructure renewal projects. Thank you.
Do I have a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor? Moved by Councillor Rodriguez, seconded by Councillor Erb. Discussion. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioner Getsky, to you and your staff for bringing back the additional information. I guess I understand what you're saying about the reserve replenishing and it having a positive balance at the end of this year of roughly $8 million as anticipated. Where I'm still struggling is the leapfrogging over then the list of other items that you had. What is the risk of this being considered in part of the 2027 budget ask and just doing repair work this year? Because your business case was very much either we repair it now in full or we wait and keep doing patchwork until the 2030s when it was originally on the schedule. So I'm just wondering, I really think this should be treated as part of the larger budget process and that money would still be there come next year.
So through you, Chair, my understanding would be that we would have to do localized repairs this year to the, for about $700,000, and we would still have the 4.5 million next year. So the total cost would be 5.2 million to be able to just hold this boulevard together this year for a more fulsome repair next year.
Okay, so it would be 700,000 this year if it were just repair work.
Yeah, I'm just prorating. I'm prorating based on because we did that patching estimate of nearly 7 million over 9 years. So if we prorate and if we do the worst spots today, it's about in any case, the patching would be done in stages. So that would be the additional cost. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. And just for clarification through you, Chair. So did you say that, so the money's going to come out this year from the funds. Did you say 31 million is going to go in next year?
Through the chair. So in the budget, in the transportation operating budget, the biggest line item is actually a transfer from the operating budget to reserve. So every year we transfer $30 million or more from the operating budget to that capital reserve.
Okay. And did you say that you're fixing Boulevard? I have to tell you, I drove down Iron-Needles all the way, back and forth, and it's probably one of the best roads I drove on today. So, I mean, you said something about boulevards. Are you fixing boulevards, or is it the road?
No, that was probably a Gallicism. It's me using the French word for a boulevard, which is but it's the road, yes.
The road, okay. Yeah, and I just didn't see it. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you. I do recall us having a discussion at committee about, I guess, pending the outcome of the tender, was it? Or Councillor Mr. Getsky, I don't know if you want to speak to that. I know the motion is what it is tonight, but was there not any other added, that pending the tender, it would come back for approval?
Yep, through you, Chair, since we did not change the report, we added this to the end of the appendix of the business case. So to confirm that staff will come back to council with a tender award report. So even though normally it's under the $10 million threshold, so it would go through a CAO report, but for this one, given the interest, we will bring it back to council.
So ultimately, there would be technically a backstop, should council not wish to proceed at that time. They could choose to do so then. Just wanted to make everyone aware that that's what we decided to do. So.
Okay, I'm going to call a question that's been moved and seconded. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is Dune Heritage Village reopening admission fee. I now call on Rod Regier, Commissioner Planning Development Legislative Services, to introduce this report.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. At the committee meetings earlier this month, committee asked us to consider waiving the fee for access to Dune Heritage Village during the grand opening, reopening this July 1st. This report presents some of the relevant information, including what the costs would be to the budget for the museum, and we've brought it here for your consideration.
So I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a move? We need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Bravanovich, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Bravanovich.
Just very briefly, I want to thank staff for bringing this report back. I know myself and others were hoping we could take this approach with it, particularly with it being Canada Day, and I think the approach that staff are suggesting makes a whole lot of sense. So thank you for that, and happy Canada Day, everyone.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. I look forward to supporting this because it is inclusive and it could theoretically generate more revenue from those who are able to make larger donations. However, I would like to note that I feel as though if staff had come out with this proposal initially, us as a council that's really concerned about the staff, the tax rate and the revenues, etc., might have said, why don't we charge a small fee? So I just want to note that it's really important as we make decisions that we make sure they're not make-work projects for staff. Thanks.
So that was more a comment than a question, correct?
Did you know?
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Also happy to support. I guess I'd just be looking if there's interest, even just to strike out having a recommended donation amount. Really, that's based off of a lot of different sources of research that usually if you put a target dollar amount, sometimes people are more inclined just to stick to that amount, whereas you can actually end up getting more money donated when you don't have a limited amount. And at the end of the day, the expected loss in revenues is $2,000. Not to say that's something to snuff at, but in a $1 billion budget, that's not even a rounding error. So I guess I'd just be asking to strike out having a recommended donation amount and just having donations available, and hopefully people are feeling extra generous on Canada Day.
So I guess I would just ask staff before we entertain that as a amendment, because it hasn't been moved and seconded. How did we arrive at the $2 amount? Julian, over to you.
Thank you, through the chair. So this notion of having a $2 recommended donation actually predated the $2 historic fee notion. So these are all different models that were looked at by staff. Councillor Sullivan makes a good point. Is there's lots of different approaches around admission by donation or pay what you can. And quite right in that we could have it free and then get actually more than $2,000 in donations. That's possible. At this point, the $2 came from the historic amount for the admission for Dune.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Salonen, are you making that amendment? You're making an amendment that we strike out of $2 per person.
Correct, and just leave it that staff.
Is there a seconder? Okay, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Any further discussion? Do we have unanimous consent to strike that out? We do. So it's been moved and seconded. We have unanimous consent. We will now strike out, I guess, recommended donation of $2 per person. So clerks magically changed the motion. Councillor James?
I just had through you, Chair, I just had a question for Julian, and that was around reporting back. Could you provide us with some numbers and data for those, for how many people come through, just to kind of see and have some kind of quantify and see the success of July 1st, if that's possible at all?
Certainly.
So we should not be voting yet, right? We just have unanimous consent for a motion that's on the floor, and I still have speakers. So, Councillor Bravanovich.
Yeah, just very, very quickly, and staff may have their own ways of doing it, but maybe we've all seen those tap things, you know, with your credit card that like Salvation Army and so on and others use. We might want to have like a $2, $5, $10, and $20 option, and people can tap whichever one they want if they're so inclined, and we'll see what the donations look like at the end of that.
So we're all in violent agreement that we are not going to charge and we're not going to tell people what they want to donate. This will be give as you choose, correct? So we're all on the same page. Now we can use eScribe to vote. Well, this might be one of those vote early, vote often, Councillor Hunick. Julian, we were afraid that life was too simple for you, so we wanted to complicate it.
I'm sure the public will be happy that it's a free event.
Colleagues, that is carried. We are now going to proceed to motions where notice was provided. The first one is Councillor Craig. You have a motion. Do you have a seconder?
It's Councillor Wolf, thank you.
Councillor Craig, would you like to speak to this?
I'm getting a bit concerned here with some people. Anyways, the motion. Well, I am. The motion is really coming out of a number of meetings that we held in Cambridge with Councillor Helen Sherry and her constituency. We had a meeting at City Hall. We had 2 meetings there, and we had a further town hall meeting with about 150 to 170 people came, all to talk about regional roads and concerns they had. And basically, people are concerned about what they're seeing in terms of traffic issues, traffic congestion, turning movements, all of that. And so what they really would like is a starting point and an examination of where we can go to make things better. This is especially true, I think, in the Blair area. And again, I come back to the delegation tonight. There's no attempt in any way to suggest through this motion of compromising the environmental aspects of the Blair area. It's really about what has happened, what can be done, and what possibilities for the future. I ran it by Commissioner Getsky and asked him for his input in terms of how to direct this motion, and he suggested that it would go to the integrated mobility plan, which I agree with, and it would come back in the new term. So so we all understand that. So it's out there in the new term if it gets approved tonight. And it really then will become a starting point for further discussions of what improvements can be made in specific areas, Fountain Street, King Street, Shaunt's Hill Road, Blair. So that's what the motion encompasses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. I definitely support the spirit of this motion. We all know traffic and congestion is a serious problem throughout that whole area. If we could find a bypass for Blair, we would have the potential to divert through traffic away from the village core, helping to reduce noise, improve air quality, and create a safer pedestrian environment. I think staff will have a challenge as Blair Village sits between the 401 and the river and is surrounded by the protected lands of Rare. But hopefully, by exploring all possibilities and all opportunities, including traffic calming, staff will be able to find a solution. And I know they'll consult the community and our Rare staff as well. And hopefully we'll find this balance between mobility and livability for the long term.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I, as well, will support this motion. I had the opportunity to go to one or two of those meetings that were out in Cambridge and saw how concerned and heard how concerned the residents were and are around the pedestrian safety within that area. So, you know, I'm glad to hear that Commissioner Getzky worked with Councillor Craig on this to see what is feasible going forward, and happy to support this. And I know that that area around Blair has changed significantly in terms of traffic congestion, and thanks to Councillor Craig for bringing this forward.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bypass that was originally on the maps was taken off because it was going to go through sensitive areas. So you'd have to go much further west than the village of Blair to do the bypass. I remember when that all happened, and it was quite an uproar when that bypass was on the map. It had been on the maps for like 30 years or something prior to that happening in 2000, I think, when it was removed. But I just want to say that on my way here, I'm glad to see King Street's on here, because on my way here, I was stuck for 20 minutes in one block, moving an inch at a time, coming up King Street. And it's only going to get worse, so there has to be something done. The gridlock in in Cambridge, going north-south, and you've said before, Madam Chair, it's the worst area of the region is getting in and out of Cambridge, and I agree with you on that. It takes me an hour to get here. If I don't set an hour aside, I'm not going to make it.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. It's an interesting road to travel. Remember a couple of years ago, demoting you to a councillor, Mr. Getzky, that I talked to you about the roundabouts are there, and they were backed up. They're still really backed up. When we went to Langdon Hall the other day, they were backed up for kilometers. I don't know if the road can take, the main artery road can take the congestion that's happening there. And Dune is just a side product. When you look at the west side lands that are going to be developed and the homes there, we're heading for a real disaster and clogged. So you're gonna think outside the box, but you know what, the development that's not happening now, because nothing's happening now, and that's a good thing. It gives us time to proactive. But you really go there anytime between 7 and 9, or 3:30 to 5:30. And it will take you hours to get through. And the other thing about that, though, is rare has people and young groups trying to walk across that road to get back and forth to their different parts, too.
So, colleagues, I'm going to call the question, and I'm going to caution all of us that it is already past 10 o'clock. We have 2 more notices of motion. We have a couple other issues, and we have bylaws to dispatch with. So I just point that out to all of us, because I love the enthusiasm. I love the comments. I think all of this is very important, but I know that colleagues want to get through this agenda. So it has been moved and seconded. We will now vote on Councillor Craig's motion. Colleagues, that is carried. The next notice of motion is that from Councillor Salonen. You'd like to present the motion for us to consider tonight, so we need to ask, you need to require waiving of a notice of motion. That needs to be moved and seconded and supported by 2/3. So moved by Councillor Ivanovic, seconded by Councillor Hunick. So the request is for waiving notice of motion because we did not receive this in the required amount of time. So I would ask you to vote, and you're voting on whether or not to waive the notice of motion. So colleague, that is carried. So Councillor Salonen, I would now, you're ready to move your motion. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Councillor James.
So moved by Councillor Salonen, seconded by Councillor James. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, and to your point earlier, I appreciate it's getting late, so I'll try and be brief. I know that I circulated this, or it has been circulated to council, and it's rather lengthy, so I'm not going to read through it. Essentially, though, what I'm asking for is for a report to be brought back for council's consideration to reassess how we're currently doing our appeal process for well interference, and requesting that we look at best practices, including City of Guelph's model, the recommendations in here for staff to consider also are coming from people who were around during the time of when we had this well interference committee, which was disbanded in 2015. This is an ask from the Wilmont residents in the region, and it's not to predetermine that well interferences are caused by the region. It's not to predetermine any of those outcomes, but this is to set up a structure that is equitable for those seeking an appeal and wanting to get their voice heard and get a third-party review, and setting up essentially a proper structure format that people feel that their voices are heard and represented when they have appeals in this process.
So Councillor James, you were the seconder. Do you want to speak to it?
No, I support it, and I think that there's value in at least re-evaluating bringing this back. So I'll just leave it there, but I support the motion.
Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, Chair. I sent staff a couple amendments to the motion. I don't know if they can put them up. Our screens over here aren't working, but. So I have four amendments that I would like to add. Did you want me to read through them? Okay.
So we'll put them up, and you can read through them, and we will take them individually.
So I want the first one is to replace the whereas that's in red there, and the new says, and whereas residents in multiple areas of the region have raised concern regarding groundwater interference associated with municipal pumping activities, and whereas public confidence in groundwater management is strengthened through transparent, evidence-based, and arm's length review process. The third is replace J, which is enhanced public transparency, respecting groundwater monitoring data, complaint tracking, investigation, reporting, and committee recommendations to council while protecting the personal information and privacy of affected residents. And then addition is K, options for annual reporting to council respecting the number, status, and resolution of groundwater interference complaints, trends, and mitigation measures undertaken by the region. If I can speak to the amendment, unless, I guess I need a seconder.
We need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. Go ahead.
Thank you. So these amendments are intended to strengthen the motion, not fundamentally change it. The first amendment broadens the wording from referencing a specific well area to recognizing that groundwater interference concerns have been raised in multiple areas across the region. It should be a regional approach. Having it specific to one area is not, this broadens that. I believe that this motion is more balanced. This is more balanced, more region-wide in scope, and focused on broader governance issues rather than a single location. The Second Amendment adds wording around public confidence. At the end of the day, this is really about transparency and trust. Residents need confidence that groundwater concerns are being reviewed through a process that is evidence-based, transparent, and arm's length. I think adding the language better captures the purpose behind this motion. The third amendment expands the transparency section. Rather than only reporting complaints and appeals, this amendment would also include monitoring data, complaint tracking, investigation reporting, and committee recommendations to council, while still protecting residents' personal information and privacy. If we are going to establish a review process, I think transparency and accountability need to be built into it from the beginning. Finally, the fourth amendment would add annual reporting to council on a number, status, and resolution of groundwater interference complaints, trends, and mitigation measures undertaken by the region that gives council and the public a clearer long-term understanding of what the issues are occurring, whether trends are developing and how they are addressed over time. Overall, these amendments are intended to strengthen transparency, broaden the scope appropriately, and improve public confidence in the process while maintaining the intent of the original motion.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a question of staff just with respect to the main motion.
Go right ahead.
So thanks to Councillor Sullivan for bringing this forward, very supportive of it. I guess I have a question, and this just comes following all of the delegations that we've had today. I'd be really interested to learn through a future report back on some of the trends, say since 2015, on well interference complaints and when they've come in. We're drinking, no, actually not drinking. We have a lot of information coming at us right now with respect to water and wells, and I'd like to just understand, how have these trends evolved over the years? Were there certain years where there were a lot of interference complaints before this water issue even came up? And so I think I'd just like to understand those trends a little bit more through the report. I don't think it needs to be an amendment, but if staff are open to that level of information, I'd be interested to understand it a little bit better.
So through the chair, happy to bring those trends back to council, as even if it's as part of this motion. I can tell you that the majority of the complaints did start in January of this year. Historically, we had not seen interference complaints in some time. So, but happy to bring those back to council for your review.
Thanks, Dr. Shaw. Thanks, Chair.
I have a couple questions. I guess I'm wondering at surface water because I didn't think that was our jurisdiction, and I also worry that we're setting ourselves up for failure given the timeline. So I don't know if staff want to comment on those two aspects.
Yes, thank you through the chair. That jumped out at me as well because this is a well interference complaint process, not a surface water process. So we had flagged that to ask to have the surface water piece removed. I do know that Jeff has done several presentations here before council noting that surface water impacts are often related to climate change or to precipitation. So it would be very difficult for staff to be able to address those concerns through this typical process. So the original intent of this was to deal with drinking water, groundwater wells.
Can you speak to the timelines too?
Yes, through the chair, yes. I believe Commissioner Brothers was going to speak to, I think, some options. He has been dealing with the ongoing complaints. We are aware that the policy is outdated, and I do know that there are some steps that would have to be done to do this thoroughly, including having interactions with the area municipalities. We typically do 2 of those sessions. We also do a full public consultation, usually 2 of those as well. So what we'd like to do is hire a consultant, like we said, to have an independent third party to do a scan of other groundwater-based systems to see what types of programs they have, and to then make recommendations, and then to do those consultation pieces. We'd really like to do this properly, and I just stole all your thunder, so I apologize. But we more realistically would be looking, we tried to time it out, working with Jeff Morose, and we were thinking the fall is a more reasonable, to be able to get all of those steps done versus June, which really only gives us 4 weeks to do all of those steps.
Commissioner Brothers?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Redmond. Amy's quite right. What we need to do is a full scan of available policies. We need to meet with the area municipalities. the local communities. We need to develop a revised policy because, quite frankly, the one that we have doesn't work. I find it extremely difficult trying to apply a policy that's outdated with a base compensation that's from 2001. It's not reflective of the cost, or base cost of considering any of the well complaints that we have. And frankly, I find myself in a very difficult position trying to implement this policy with people that come in and advocate about their concerns and experiences with lack of water. I'm extremely frustrated dealing with a policy that doesn't allow me to do the right thing, frankly. And so this is a timely request to move forward with a revised policy. I think we need to do a comprehensive review to come back with a fulsome report. We can't do it within the time frame that's been tabled. I concur with Amy and our staff that we need adequate time to prepare a proper document to bring back to you options in terms of establishing a stakeholder committee or interference committee, how it would work, how the assessments would be done, what criteria we would use in developing an assessment for well complaints. Our policy is simply inadequate on every level. So with that, we want to do a proper job here, and we'll need the time to do it, engage a consultant, and I'm fully supportive of bringing it back in the October timeframe that will allow us to do this work on your behalf.
So I guess this is just taking chair's prerogative. I would just observe, I think we're all in unison saying we want the policy updated and we want to have better consultation with the community. However, we do want to get this right. We waived notice of motion, so this isn't something that we've been contemplating. This has come to us sort of at the 11th hour. So I'm wondering how we can achieve a shared end goal in a time frame that's going to have an outcome that we can all defend. So I'll go to Councillor Foxton, you're next. Hit your mic.
My apologies, thank you. Through you, Chair. This is a good thing to happen, especially for the townships. It is not to attack the region or anything else. It's to we rely on the waters in the townships. If there's something going on there, we as a region need to know because we need that water as well. So to monitor this stuff and make sure that it's just a well issue or something else rather than actually an aquifer issue is really important. And I think we should jump at doing something like this. Now, all they're asking for is the committee to be set up first, and then they will do the process with our input, with our guidance, and that I think it's a really good thing. It's not an attack on anyone. Getting back to Councillor Rodriguez's comment about wanting to find out the numbers, we found out in the last year that people don't come forward because they can't sell their houses if there's a well problem. So the numbers aren't real until people are comfortable with it and if they think it's going to be dealt with or clarified that it is their issue, then things will be done right. But right now, when things are hidden, when we don't do our due diligence, then we set ourselves up for failure. Thank you.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I certainly would appreciate your comment about everyone wanting to get this right. I really struggle with the timelines. There's a few issues there. One, we're continuing to pump more water from Wilmont, as well as it has been made very clear that in addition to the 30 litres a second, even more water is going to be pumped from Wilmont. We have residents in our region who are experiencing very real issues that do not feel that they're being heard. And in my opinion, as we're fixing this water problem, we need to, in lockstep, also be supporting our residents who are experiencing issues that are potentially correlated to the pumping that we're doing. So to me, Frankly, October is not an acceptable timeline. There's also the whole issue of we don't even have a meeting scheduled as that's election season. I don't want this to become an election issue. This is about good governance and about having a proper structure in place. I would also argue that a lot of supports have been provided to the team, and I don't see why you couldn't use one of the current existing consultants that we have or any of the backfilling or additional new hires to work on getting this policy work executed. I could live with August, but really October is a pretty long timeline for work that's pretty critical and impacting people directly every day, and for a policy that we all acknowledge is quite outdated. But work wasn't being done, at least to council's knowledge, to directly implement this. And I'm not saying that's wrong. I understand you guys are dealing with a huge amount of things in your department right now, and that there are probably so many things to focus on. Even keeping track of everything is probably quite difficult. I'm just really speaking from the perspective and experience of my residents who are really asking and begging for this opportunity to feel at least heard through the process in an effective means. So I would just push back on the October date. Like I said, I could compromise with August, but it needs to be done sooner. And again, to my point, it can't be an election issue.
Councillor Rabanovich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and want to thank Councillor Salonen for bringing this forward. And my understanding is the amendments are supported or friendly, I guess depending on how the chair rules them in the end. I do think that we've been dealing with a complex issue for a number of months now. And there's no doubt in my mind that staff have been working diligently to try to advance addressing the issues that have been identified, both from a capital perspective as well as looking at it from a policy and operating perspective as appropriate. I think this issue has been identified as a source of concern in our township areas, and as such, I think it's incumbent on us to recognize that our urban areas and those in the rural areas that are on water systems, are living and experiencing this issue in a different way than those who are on personal well systems. And as we look to both short, medium, and long-term solutions, we need to make sure we have a system in place that restores the trust of our resident base in dealing with these issues. And that trust doesn't mean just urban, doesn't mean just rural. It means trust by everyone. And this seems like a fairly simple solution to put a process in place that will address areas that are identified and try to bring a resolution to those. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel here. I think, as Councillor Salonen pointed out, it's possible from a policy development point of view to not take staff away from capital projects, to get some external help on that, and we're not going to lose any expertise, technical expertise by doing that. And so, seeing that come back sooner rather than later, I think is really something that we should strive for, especially if there may be other recommendations that come forward that could impact folks that are on well water going forward. So I would hope that we can all see our way to supporting this, and staff could find a path. June may not be feasible, but I think certainly before the fall is important.
Amy, go ahead.
So through the chair, yes, thank you for both of those comments. I can assure you that we could move up the timelines if council is amenable to us reducing from from 2 public consultations, which is typical, down to 1, as well as only doing 1 consultation with the area municipalities. That would speed up the timelines, and I think August would be doable if you're amenable to that.
So we already have amendments on the table that have been moved and seconded. Do I have unanimous consent to move, I guess? Okay. Okay. So the amendments have been moved and seconded. I had said we take them separately. I think they're fairly cohesive. If everybody understands, I'm going to ask if we have unanimous consent to adopt the amendments moved by Councillor Gowing and Rodriguez. Do I have unanimous consent? Okay, so we have unanimous consent. Now, on to the date. Do we have a mover and a seconder, or would the mover and seconder of the original motion be willing to insert August rather than July the 8th?
I'm willing to make it August.
Okay, so we will amend it to,
And I suppose
but August what?
August 12th is the special council water meeting.
August 12th?
And I suppose that would
2026?
assume staff's assumptions about their request of going down to the 1 consultation round.
So the mover and seconder have agreed to that change. Staff say that is more realistic. Do I have unanimous consent? Cool. Okay. Now we're going to vote. Amy?
Through the chair, I was just hoping we could have that on the floor about the surface water piece being removed from a groundwater well interference complaint process.
Surface water is not our jurisdiction. Again, the mover and seconder, we have unanimous consent to take out surface water. Oh, yay. Councillor Wolf is just on it. Okay, so now we've had 2 revisions with unanimous consent. We have passed the amendment, so now we are going to vote on the main motion as amended. Please use your e-scribe. So I think this just goes to show that real-life humans have much more stamina than electronics, because e-scribe is still very tired.
No, this is us typing it.
It's clerks who are overworked. Stand by. Colleagues, do we have unanimous consent? So this is on the two revisions within the main motion and then the amendments which have been passed. So it's the amended main motion. Oh, we're good to go. Okay, use your e-scribe to vote.
Yes.
Colleagues, that is carried, and it is a mere 10:30 as we go on to the next notice of motion. Councillor Hunick, you have brought forward a motion that you want to present, but in order to consider it tonight, we have to waive notice of motion.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have that.
Okay, so you're going to move waiving notice of motion. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Foxton. So again, we need 2/3. This is voting on waiving notice of motion in order to consider Councillor Hunick's motion. Councillor Vrbanovich?
Well, I'm just confused. So is the intent essentially to a notice of reconsideration? Yes. Okay.
Councillor Foxton? Voting on the waiving notice of motion. It needed 2/3 and it is defeated, so we will not be dealing with that notice of motion. Not tonight, but you could reintroduce it at a future meeting when it has enough notice that you wouldn't have to waive notice of motion. We are on to unfinished. We're on to unfinished business. Other business.
Chair, I have an item for other business.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you. Colleagues, and for the benefit of the community, I want to share with you all that sometimes the work of accessibility and renovation across our cities and our region can be very lonely, particularly when you are an individual with unique challenges, sharing unique experiences. As members of the Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee have done for 20 years. The advantage of having a region-wide committee other than Cambridge, which started their own many years ago, to my understanding, was the collegiality, camaraderie, and solidarity that came from that. What Kitchener has done by deciding to start their own committee, as well as the townships who have decided to follow them, is really undermined that collegiality, that allyship, and the ability to work together in common cause. And what it also shows, the disability community, which tends to be quite marginalized, is that a government body can undermine their work without consultation. And so I would urge my mayoral colleagues to do the right thing and make the committee whole again. Thanks very much.
Councillor McCabe.
Thanks very much, through you, Chair. And thanks, Councillor Hunick, for your words there. I guess part of what I share your concerns. I share your concerns around this issue, but I'm really concerned that there's changes that are happening to GRAC, the Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee, and it's not being done in a public way. And so that really, really concerns me, because we know, like at our local municipalities and of course at the region, we have a very public process for committee recruitment, committee reporting. We have, we know the process here, right? And that is pretty similar at all municipalities, at the local levels and at the regional levels. So I'm really concerned that there's work being done and actions being taken and decisions being made by some of our colleagues that are undermining the effectiveness of the GRAC. It's from the conversations I've had with members of GRAC, and we've had correspondence from people, residents across our municipalities that have gone unanswered, and they're looking for information. I've been asking for information, and my requests for explanations and the rationale have gone unanswered. That really troubles me. But I think, we need to, if there's changes happening to this committee, or any other committees, we need to be public about it. So I guess to ask a question, so I'll make those comments, but to ask a question, I guess it'll be of either you, Chair Redmond, or our CAO. What is being proposed for GRAC, and do we have a rationale and any rationale or explanation that anyone around this horseshoe would like to provide would be really enlightening and helpful.
Would you like to respond? Thanks, Haley.
Yeah, there we go.
Again, yeah, through you, Chair. Typically, these conversations go to a leadership level, so I've been in front of this council before on March 10th in my role as accessibility lead for the region. I didn't prepare any remarks to speak tonight, and so I want to ensure that the CAO is comfortable with me speaking or supporting this conversation. So in my capacity as accessibility lead, one of my responsibilities is to ensure that the region is compliant with all aspects of the AODA. One of those requirements for the region, and indeed all municipalities that have more than 10,000 residents, is to convene an accessibility advisory committee made up of members with disabilities from the community. Currently, that committee, as councillors have spoken about tonight, is a joint committee among area municipalities, excluding the City of Cambridge, although conversations around including the City of Cambridge, are ongoing. I should also clarify that in my role as accessibility lead, I also serve as the region's staff rep on the committee. So the committee currently has staff reps from each of the represented area municipalities. It has citizen members who are people with disabilities, and it has council representatives as well. So that is my relationship to the committee. I guess I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody who is invested in maintaining a productive committee that can allow us as a region to do our work effectively when it comes to accessibility. So there's kind of 2 points of interest from my perspective. One is just to meet the legislative requirement, which is kind of the bare minimum, and to ensure continuity of an accessibility advisory committee. And the other is, of course, to do positive and productive accessibility work in the region. I do share some concerns about the process that has led to changes or proposed changes to the Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee. It's not incumbent upon me to speak to other municipalities and their decisions, but what I can say is, as the region, since we are lacking some amount of information about what area municipalities are proposing with respect to their own journey with the future of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, it is creating some roadblocks for the region to be able to ensure a process that means we can maintain our legislative obligations, we can maintain a functioning committee, and that we are able to do so in consultation with community. As well, if there are changes to the committee as it currently exists, there may be changes to membership, and so there would be a recruitment process to recruit members to the committee, which we have not been able to do the legwork to engage in. So there's some things on the table under consideration, perhaps drafting new terms of reference, perhaps a recruitment angle. So just in the interest of making sure, and I am speaking on behalf of the committee that I work with on a monthly basis. I'm in communication with them regularly. The committee members have stated that their preference is for a unified and joint committee. If council would like to hear more about that, I invite you to ask questions on that. I'm happy to elaborate. So that is the position of committee members. However, I do respect that area municipalities may have different interests, different processes, and different rationale for why they might want to pursue a different structure. And so I'm not here to critique any area municipality's chosen approach. I'm just here to say that currently I feel the region doesn't have quite enough transparency information to make informed decisions about how we can ensure the continuity of an accessibility advisory committee that meets our legislative obligations. So I will leave it at that. And
thank you so much. Councillor McCabe, I've got Councillor James and Councillor Hunick, and it's almost 1:45, and we have other pieces of the agenda to get through. So I'm going to take 3 speakers if it's still on this issue, and then I'm going to move to other things, and we will come back if there's time left over. So, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. I guess I would just ask Haley if you said you could elaborate on what some of the representatives, the volunteers from the disability community and from across our community who you've been talking to and have expressed concerns about this, if you could share some of what they're sharing, that would be really helpful. And I think for all of us to hear. Thank you.
Yes, so through you, Chair. I think there are 3 main reasons that the committee prefers a joint and unified format. One, it's been in operation for 20 years, and so it's a refined, honed process that the community has come to be invested in and trust and know and understand. 2 is that for members of the community who have disabilities, and indeed many marginalized persons, there's what's known as consultation fatigue. So being asked the same thing about your needs again and again, and having those needs either ignored, not met, pushed to the side. What's been really effective about a unified committee with GRAC is that if the region, for example, is working on a project, then our area municipal partners can hear the feedback that we receive about that project. They can apply that feedback to future works. And so instead of having a duplication of effort of having to consult people on the same issues again and again and again, we all kind of get to listen and learn from one another. Now, that's not to say that we don't have our own, approaches and perspectives of how we do things, but the committee really appreciates the fact that they have seen their feedback, say from one GRAC meeting where they've advised on one issue for one municipality, incorporated into the next project of another municipality. So that's a second important consideration. And I think the other thing that I can speak from the perspective of a staff person, and the committee has commented favorably since I began this role in August, is that we as staff reps are able to listen and learn from what area municipalities are doing. I've been inspired by some of my colleagues in the work that they're doing. The City of Waterloo has recently implemented the Hidden Disability Sunflower Program. The region, as you know, the report came before Council to the Administration and Finance Committee earlier this month. We are moving forward with that program as well, and I've been able to learn kind of implementation steps from my city colleagues through that consultation process that happens in front of GRAC. So those are the three strengths of a unified committee as I've witnessed and as have been identified to me by members of the community with disabilities.
Thank you so much. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just have a question for staff, and I'm hoping something can come back. I think this is a lot more messier than it needs to be, but I'm just wondering the historical context. If we can be provided with information, when did GRAC initially start? The terms of reference at the time of establishment, was it an opt-in for area municipalities? What were the how was it administered? I want to see some of the historical context of this just to have kind of a fulsome perspective. And if that has changed over the years, when that has happened. So my ask is to come back to us with that historical context, kind of when, where, why, terms of reference, opt-in, opt-out, and who's the administration around all of this? What are the costs associated that was identified early on? If that could come back to us at a later date.
Through you, Chair. So I just joined the region in August. I do know some of the history and legacy, but I will also say that currently the administrative responsibilities for the Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee lay with the city of Kitchener. So it may be more appropriate to direct that request or work in collaboration with the city of Kitchener to gather that information. There's also some timelines, I think, that we need to be aware of. The committee currently is convening next week for its March meeting, and then for June, it will recess in July and August, as it does every year in the summer. And then the proposed final meeting of GRAC in its current form will take place in September. So again, I think that's why this issue is maybe garnering attention, is because there is some time sensitivity and some pressures around how we ensure smooth transition and some kind of continuity of ensuring each of the area municipalities are maintaining their legislative obligations. So happy to entertain that request. I'm just mindful of the timelines and when and how useful that information would be given the timelines.
And I'll look to the clerk a little bit too in terms of, I mean, I'm sure there are minutes and things that are established. So just putting that out there to come back to us. Okay.
So maybe we can get that even via an email. Thank you. So Councillor Heenek, I have you down again, but are you going to be brief?
Yes, I will be brief. I will note that Kitchener choosing to start its own committee and then inviting the townships so that only the region of Waterloo and the city of Waterloo are excluded is contradictory to the accessibility and inclusive mandate and reeks of discrimination, which has very negative connotations in the disability community and other marginalized communities as well.
So I'm going to stop it there. And Haley, thank you very much.
My pleasure, thank you.
And I'm going to move on to a motion. This is for all council meeting on June the 12th, 2026.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was under other business. My hand did go up.
I will come back to other business. I need to get this done. Councillor Craig?
I appreciate that.
So we are now going to consider a recommendation for a motion to authorize participation at all councils meeting on June the 12th being held in the city of Cambridge at its city hall. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Nowak. Do I have unanimous consent? Is everybody paying attention? Yes. Okay, so we have unanimous consent. We have an all councils meeting on June the 12th at 2 p.m. at the historic City Hall, 46 Dixon Street in Cambridge. I now need a motion to enact bylaws first, second, and third reading for tonight's agenda. Moved by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Craig. Do I have unanimous consent? What we've got, they're just reflecting that it's unanimous consent, that you don't need to do anything. And now we will go back to Councillor Craig under other business.
I'll make this very quick, and it's a commentary mainly, if I may, to council, but to the clerk, yourself, and our CAO with regards to our meetings. And I think they're not scheduled properly in terms of, we're always at times going too late or feeling rushed. And what I don't like is delegations that come here at a specific time having to wait for us to come up from a meeting because we're late. And I wonder if we could look at our meetings, starting them earlier, because I think you have to be fair to staff too, that have been here all day long, and schedule our meetings a bit earlier so we build more time in. And I think we should make it a principle that delegations that arrive at 7 o'clock should be heard at 7 o'clock. I don't like the fact that, I think it's discourteous to some extent when we make people wait like that. Just a comment, and it's meant to be in a positive way for reflection on possibilities of how we do our meetings. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Leggett, and then I'll go to Councillor Harris.
We have also from 10 to 2 on Saturday, our Bishop Street Operations Center is having their annual open house where all the kids and the adults, the boys who like to operate big toys, show up with their little kids pretending that they're dads when they're really little kids themselves who get to touch and climb all over the equipment. It's people come from all over outside of the region to attend that, so that's 10 to 2. But I do also want to mention that we also, Dorothy, you're hosting the Big City Mayors in Waterloo on the 12th, right? Yes. So that's the same as the all council meeting, and those times.
It'll be done by then. OBCM is done by like 1-ish.
Okay, it's in my calendar till 1:30, so.
Well, all council doesn't start till 2.
Okay, I'm just saying, 3 of us are going to be at that, so we have to get.
And you're hosting it?
Yeah. No. Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Just letting you know that.
Yeah, I'm looking at my phone and my alarm is showing at 5:15 tomorrow morning, so it comes early when we're here till 11 o'clock. I just wanted to respond to Councillor Craig's comment because I felt it was somewhat directed to the clerk staff, which is probably a bit unfair because, you know, I look at our agenda tonight, we had a closed session with one very brief item. There was obviously other things that may or may not have been added. There were notices of motion that were being requested to be waived tonight that were coming to the agenda somewhat last minute. And so I think if we're going to put that out there, we have to also take some responsibility in you know, how we bring things and when we bring things forward. But I will say that, you know, democracy cannot always be as planned as some would like. I know I spent years at Queen's Park and it was very regimental, but that's not what it is here. It's very free as you go, talk as much as you want, don't ask questions, make comments. So, you know, as a chair, I mean, I know we all try to give people their airtime and have their say because it's really just once a month we get that opportunity to do so, and we don't meet every day of the week on a 3-week calendar like they do at Queen's Park or in Ottawa. So I understand, you know, delegations wanting to be on time. I think we heard one of them tonight tell us quite candidly what she thought of that. However, you know, there are others that were here up until just recently spectating, and we thank them for that. But yeah, it's one of those things, and I think we just have to accept it. So there you go.
I agree completely. Thank you very much for those comments. I do think that seeking unanimous consent has helped move things along, but I think we all have to be conscious. We've been pretty good as chairs, I think, all of us, of one question, one follow-up, and we've got a little bit more self-discipline. But to your point, Councillor Harris, self-discipline, we're the ones that keep each other in check. Having said that, could I have a mover and a seconder for adjourning? Councillor Leggett, Councillor Gowing, do we have unanimous consent?